This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world or build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday,
that's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
अब जरूरत है कि देश में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बने जो मेड इन इंडिया हो, मेड फॉर द वर्ल्ड हो।
has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. We are partners of possibility and missionaries of performance. In pursuit of perfection. Subros, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.
This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world We'll build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday.
That's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
Namaskar and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and pleasure for me to be welcoming you to the 61st ACMA annual session. Indeed, a very big milestone for all of us in the automotive industry. I'm glad that we have over 2,500 viewers logged in right now across all platforms. We are also live on the ACMA website and YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, the auto component industry in the last over 6 decades has stood the test of time, and today is not only one of the key drivers of the Indian economy, but also a shining example of Make in India and an Atmanirbhar industry. The year gone by has been one of the most challenging in the history of mankind. Despite the severe disruptive challenges confronting us, it is our resolve to come back stronger, and therefore we have themed our annual session this year as Living with Volatility, Survival, Revival and Growth. Ladies and gentlemen, your ACMA has adapted well to the new normal, and let me present to you a short film on our achievements in the year gone by. Can I have the ACMA film, please?
With the pandemic striking country after country, the world is witnessing one of the most challenging humanitarian and economic crises ever. Amidst lockdowns and severe supply chain disruptions, the Indian auto component industry displayed remarkable resilience. Through its concerted and cohesive efforts on the front of ensuring business continuity and community service, the industry has created a strong goodwill for itself. The industry body continued to further the industry's agenda on the ethos of RISES, a responsive, inclusive, communicating, engaging, stable and sustainable industry. In spite of grave challenges, ACMA members not only responded well to the needs of our customers, the OEMs, but also generously undertook relief measures, setting up hospitals and oxygen camps, donating ventilators and concentrators, and contributing liberally towards community service. Significant efforts were made to position ACMA as an institution that not only champions the cause of the traditional auto component industry, but is also leading the dialogue on future of mobility. In line with this, ACMA membership was thrown open to new age mobility players and startups. A conscious effort was made for rich and extensive consultations amongst all stakeholders, external or internal, positioning ACMA as a strong and credible voice of the industry. Content-rich dialogues and meaningful activities kept our members engaged throughout the year. The institution transformed itself to deliver its entire gamut of services digitally and delivered activities in excess of 650, the highest ever in a year. As we navigate these turbulent times, ACMA endeavors to ensure survival, revival and growth of its members to stay ahead of the curve amidst a volatile course. ACMA has played a pivotal role in supporting our membership across the highly complex yet integrated value chain to overcome the present challenges and emerge stronger, catering to the demands of an industry in transition. In the backdrop of 2 successive years of degrowth of 14% each in vehicle production in India, the auto component industry posted a decline of 3% over the previous year, registering a turnover of USD 45.9 billion. Auto component sales to OEMs in the domestic market stood at USD 37.7 billion, registering a 3% decline. Exports and imports stood at USD 13.3 billion and USD 13.8 billion, declining by 8% and 11% respectively. This has led to reduction in trade balance to USD 500 million, the lowest ever. The aftermarket also declined by 7% to USD 8.7 billion. Despite all odds, ACMA has succeeded in rapid digitization of its entire operations. In a year where scope of physical meetings was almost none, we continued our activities with great poise. Continuing with its efforts to create global footprint, ACMA organized several virtual meets and expos to further its agenda. On the home front, ACMA successfully organized ACMA Auto Mechanica New Delhi. The virtual edition witnessed 82 exhibitors on board, showcasing 1,233 products. The show attracted 2,376 active attendees through its B2B matchmaking platform. The 5th edition of the iAuto Connect 2020 had over 65 Indian component manufacturers displaying their products virtually, while over 300 international aftermarket distributors and business delegates visited and had fruitful engagements. ACMA continues to engage with government, from central and state ministries to local agencies, as it strives for creating an enabling environment for the industry. ACMA welcomes the support extended by the government's redefinition of MSME, a long-pending recommendation. Further, interest waiver and moratorium on loan repayment for MSMEs have helped our smaller members to overcome pandemic-induced challenges. ACMA is also grateful to the government for the recent announcement of the scrappage policy, the production-linked incentive scheme for battery ACC and the remission of duties and taxes on export products, or the RODTEP scheme, amongst others. The details of the Auto PLI scheme are now eagerly awaited. Several state governments have incorporated ACMA's inputs in their policies for e-mobility. Localization of e-mobility solutions will throw open yet another opportunity for ACMA members. On the front of knowledge engagements, ACMA continued to work with renowned consultants as its knowledge partners. Several studies and reports on pertinent subjects were published through the year. Key studies include Shaping the New Normal, ACMA McKinsey Study, India's Automotive Component Industry, Post-COVID-19 Outlook, ACMA PwC Study, Localization Roadmap for Indian Automotive Sector, a joint ACMA SIAM EY study. ACMA continued to support its members on the front of upgrading shop floors and skills through 32 different kinds of programs. 176 plants benefited from 29 cluster programs, while the ACMA Center of Excellence conducted 82 short duration, 3 medium duration and 1 long duration virtual programs focused on Industry 4.0 and digitization, new product design and development, amongst others. It is with great pride that we mention that IIT Palakkad has launched a course on lean concepts in manufacturing, designed and developed by ACMA counselors. That apart, the ACMA Senade Dual Education Program for Skill Development, Staff Development Program for Middle Management and Industry 4.0 Program, together with AIC of Spain, was some of the new initiatives this year. The ACMA Center of Excellence also created a Capability Maturity Model for Supply Chain Capability Enhancement. The program offers assessment and upgradation of supply chain to OEMs and Tier 1s. The 6th edition of ACMA Technology Summit and Awards, themed towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, Technologies for Sustaining Growth, received 305, the highest ever applications, of which 76 were honored and felicitated for excellence in categories including manufacturing, new product development, exports, human resource development, and health, safety and environment. ACMA continued its efforts to facilitate strategic partnerships in the industry. The first virtually held ACMA Auto Technology Partnership Summit and Expo celebrated Indian auto component industry's business partnerships with North America, Japan, and the European Union. 45 ACMA members exhibited their state-of-the-art products and technologies, while over 450 international delegates from 37 countries visited and participated in the event. Other notable virtual events included India-Taiwan Matchmaking Expo, India-Vietnam Cooperation Meet, India-Korea Partnership Meet. To further the cause of the industry and ACMA image, significant efforts were made for ACMA's presence across various media platforms. Several interviews of ACMA leadership, along with articles in leading national dailies, electronic channels and trade magazines were published to put forth the industry's viewpoint to the relevant stakeholders. That apart, social media was used effectively to redouble and reinforce ACMA's media efforts. Future Ready Initiative. ACMA's Future Ready initiatives are a step in the direction to address the needs of an industry in transition and create an auto component industry that is ready to take on the challenges of future. The activities of ACMA's Center of Excellence remained unabated despite the challenges. In fact, during the period, it delivered more than 100 technical trainings with support of national and international experts on diverse subjects on new age manufacturing technologies, digitization, new product development, amongst others. The YBLF Forum continued its programs with aplomb to hone young business leaders under the able guidance of industry veterans. In an environment confronted with volatility and disruptions, ACMA is confident that together we'll rise to the challenges of today and tomorrow and emerge stronger than ever before. ACMA, your navigator in volatility. Let's revive, survive, and grow together.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is indeed, our inaugural session is indeed a star-studded one. We are delighted that today we have none other than Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Mr. T.V. Narendran, President CII, MD and CEO Tata Steel, Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, the President of SIAM, MD and CEO of Maruti Suzuki, Mr. S.S. Kim, the MD and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, and our very own Mr. Deepak Jain, President ACMA and Chairperson and MD Lumax Industry, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, Vice President ACMA and Chairperson of Sona Comstar. Ladies and gentlemen, whilst the year gone by was indeed very tough, our President has led us from the front and indeed very well. He's done us immense proud. I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Deepak Jain for his welcome address. Mr. Deepak Jain, and once again, a welcome to all our dignitaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. Namaste, and a very good morning to all of you. It is my profound privilege to welcome you to the 61st annual session of ACMA. This event is happening in the backdrop of a recovery from one of the most challenging humanitarian crises. Therefore, at the outset, I pray for the well-being, safety and good health of all. I commence my address by expressing my sincere gratitude to our esteemed customers who have always supported and guided us well throughout our journey, and especially in these very challenging times to ensure our business continuity. Ayukawa-san, heartiest congratulations to you on successfully completing the first year of your term as the President of SIAM. You have undoubtedly led the entire industry well from the front despite many adversities and done us proud. And now as you embark on the second year of your presidential term, I wish you great success and an eventful year ahead. To CII for taking ACMA as a partner and working tirelessly for the cause of the industry with the government. Naren, your leadership has been truly exemplary, and I'm indeed very grateful to you for giving our industry the due recognition in various CII platforms and committees. We are completely aligned with the CII theme for 21-22 of building India for a new world, competitiveness, growth, sustainability, technology, which are also an important pillars for the Indian auto component sector. Mr. Amitabh Kant has been true friend of an industry. I'm thankful for him to recognize the potential of the auto component sector and encouraging us to export and transform. We are also thankful for him for being the catalyst for a paradigm shift in mobility and championing the cause of clean energy in India. A special welcome to Mr. S.S. Kim. Heartiest congratulations to you, sir, for completing 25 years in India. We are indeed very fortunate that the leadership of Hyundai will be addressing our annual session for the first time ever. We eagerly look forward to your address and message to the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I look back at the 2 years gone by with immense sense of satisfaction and pride. When I assumed the office of President ACMA in September 2019, I was given the responsibility to create an inclusive ACMA with greater participation of all stakeholders, ensure a strong leadership pipeline, and last but not the least, create a future-ready association. As you've all witnessed, the 2 lockdowns in the wake of the pandemic threatened to derail not just our economy and industry, but also challenged our very own existence. In fact, we lost several eminent leaders, employees, and members of our families. I pray for eternal peace for those who we have lost, and my sincere condolences to the bereaved families. In this environment of volatility, despite disruption of production and supply chain, and the industry displayed resilience and evolved in the spirit of collaboration. The period was marked with heightened interactions between the component manufacturers and our customers, and the spirit of mutual cooperation to collectively deal with the industry-wide challenges. I must also appreciate the support extended to us by the Government of India for interest waiver and loan payment deferment programs of our MSMEs, a significant proportion of our membership, which has really helped them to overcome some of the immediate challenges. We are also thankful to the government for recent announcement of the PLI for advanced chemistry cell battery storage, which is a first step towards setting up an ecosystem for sustaining electric mobility in India. It is noteworthy that despite challenges, many ACMA members undertook relief measures by setting up hospitals and oxygen camps, donating ventilators and concentrators, and contributing generously towards community service. I'm grateful to our members for these kind gestures. Focusing on the performance of the industry, 2021 witnessed the second consecutive year of contraction in vehicle sales in India, as overall vehicle sales fell by 13.6%. In this backdrop, the component industry also witnessed a degrowth of 3%, with its turnover reducing to 46 billion from 49 billion US dollars. As we embark on another year, we need to reflect on some of the intrinsic challenges that we have been facing now for almost a decade. Mr. RC Bhargav yesterday at the SIAM annual session very rightly expressed the grave concern on the falling growth rate of vehicle consumption in the country. That apart, high domestic taxation, increasing fuel cost, steep rise in commodity prices, among others, is adversely impacting affordability of vehicles and in turn the viability of the component sector. A long-term, stable and technology-agnostic roadmap that allows sufficient time for localization of technologies would be critical for survival and competitiveness of our industry. Given the volatility in the environment, as we strive to survive, piece ourselves together to revive, and explore the opportunities for growth all at the same time, I am sure that there are many questions that you have seeking answers to. If volatility is the new normal, then how can we sustain ourselves, ensure our business continuity, and stay relevant to our customers? With uncertainty in business and regulatory environment, combined with fast-changing trends in mobility, what would be the most apt business model for us? Will one size fit all? What strategic interventions we need to make, internal and external, technological and human, as individuals and as a community to become globally competitive? To answer these and find a method in this madness, we have themed our annual session, Living with Volatility, Survival, Revival, and Growth. I proudly welcome the distinguished leaders from all spheres of our ecosystems who will share their insights today, and especially on how to be future ready. Given the dynamism, the focus for the auto component industry in India is now to look inwards and transform itself, in line with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, and become truly a net exporter. The recent ACMA's SIAM joint study has identified an opportunity for localization of the components to the tune of rupees 25 to 30,000 crores in the next 5 years. We also now eagerly await the details of the PLI scheme for the auto and auto component industry to make the sector globally price competitive. While times have been difficult, this is a critical phase in the journey of ACMA that calls for integrating all stakeholders and paving the road for members to compete and grow in an environment witnessing rapid changes. With induction of several dynamic young leaders in the executive committee and giving them appropriate leadership roles, ACMA now has a strong leadership bench to lead the industry into a bright future. Further, ACMA's organization structure has been reinforced to strengthen linkages with startups and to focus on next-generation mobility, thus creating the foundation for a future-ready ACMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been truly a year of resilience, and I thank all my peers who have given me the courage and strength to continue on this journey and make ACMA a more responsible, responsive, inclusive, and a communicative and engaged association with all its stakeholders. I'm confident that we will witness stable and sustained growth despite the challenges. As I close, I sincerely acknowledge the support of the governments at the center and the states who have been extremely receptive to ACMA's suggestions and inputs. I would also like to thank all our members for their unwavering support. To Sanjay, our Vice President, and all the Executive Committee colleagues, a big thank you for standing by me. I particularly thank all the past presidents for the guidance and direction, and I also applaud the efforts and support provided by the ACMA Secretariat, without which I could not have delivered the agenda during my tenure. I'm confident that as an industry, we will not only overcome the disruptive challenges facing us, but will also continue to create a new paradigm of excellence as we redefine ourselves to survive, revive, and grow. Let's build together not only an Atmanirbhar automotive industry, but also the industry of our dreams. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak, for that very warm welcome and also for sharing your perspective with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, the President of SIAM and the MD and CEO of Maruti Suzuki. Ayukawa-san, as the President of SIAM, you have redoubled the collective efforts of the vehicle industry to ensure a robust supplies ecosystem. Indeed, a very daunting task in this disruptive environment. The entire ACMA fraternity joins me in thanking you and in complimenting you for your leadership. Sir, may I call on you for your address, please? Ayukawa-san. Ayukawa-san, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry. CEO, retired Mr. Amitabh Kant, he may join us soon. President CII, Mr. T.V. Narendran, MD and CEO, Hyundai Motor India, Mr. S.S. Kim, President ACMA, Mr. Deepak Jain, Vice President ACMA, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, leaders of the auto component industry, and distinguished guests. Namaskar. Thank you for inviting me to the annual convention of the auto component industry today on behalf of the CII. I understand that Honorable Minister of Heavy Industry, Dr. Mahendra Nath Pandey, will join the convention later during the day. I am happy to once again have the opportunity to listen to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Amitabh Kant has always been a pillar of support for our MSME and the auto component industry. During the last 2 days, we were encouraged by his visionary thought for the automobile industry and our dealer partners. We keenly look forward to hearing his dynamic thought and innovative ideas for the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Last few months have been extremely challenging for all of us. Facing these challenges, component manufacturing industry has taken bold steps to reduce the impact of the pandemic. The industry extended full support to boost the manufacturing capacity of PSA-based oxygen generation plant in the country. With your support, we were able to help several hospitals to become self-reliant for oxygen. This has helped to remove the uncertainties of logistics for medical oxygen supply to hospitals. Determined to support, the auto component industry also came forward and closed their factory to conserve oxygen and divert it for medical use. These life-saving steps by the industry are really commendable. Please accept my compliment. In the long run, this will strengthen the medical infrastructure and make us better prepared for future medical challenges. Alongside to counter the COVID-19 challenge, you took dedicated effort focused on health and safety of your employees and their families. Your effort helped enforce the government's COVID-19 vaccination drive for the safety of employees and their families in a focused manner. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge of COVID-19 continues globally. Different regions are being impacted at different times. With the global supply chain is already very complex, such disruption and uncertainty further add to the challenge. Hence, our preparation has to keep pace with the growing challenges. The global semiconductor supply chain has become increasing at risk due to several factors. It has impacted our industry since last year and continues to be a big challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, while semiconductor shortage appears to be a challenge, it almost brings in an opportunity. Alongside automobiles, the demand for technology-based equipment has increased manifold. Of course, semiconductor manufacturing requirements require very huge investment. Indian automobile industry alone cannot assure full viability of such an investment in semiconductor projects. Hence, there is a need for consolidation across sectors. Rising to this critical challenge, government is taking few long-term measures. The invitation by the government for expression of interest for manufacturing semiconductors in India is a much needed long-term step in the right direction. I'm sure global investors will take advantage of this opportunity in India. In the meantime, our partners from component industry have to tackle the current challenges of semiconductor shortage by deeply engaging with the chip suppliers. Ladies and gentlemen, aligned with the government, SIAM and ACMA have jointly developed a localization roadmap for the automobile industry. This roadmap details key components across segments and corresponding opportunity for localization. I look forward to the support of each industry member in this initiative to make India Atmanirbhar. Of course, such initiative can succeed only with full support from the government. We will jointly approach the government to seek support for this roadmap. All across the world, there is a huge focus on reducing carbon emissions. As a responsible industry, it is our duty to move as close as possible to carbon net zero with local manufacturing. For this, we have to develop multiple alternate powertrain technologies. I'm thankful to the support and encouragement from different government ministries on multiple technology solutions, including e-mobility, CNG, LNG, biogas, and ethanol. I would urge the auto component industry to enhance your focus, investment, R&D on all such powertrain technology. I'm sure only the combination of all these technologies will help us bring closer to carbon net zero. Mr. Amitabh Kant, many of these technologies are new for the industry and have their own challenges of viability and infrastructure. While our talented engineers work on these solutions, we would keep coming back to the government for guidance and support. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my address, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Deepak Jain for successfully completing your 2-year term as ACMA President. It has been a team full of challenges for the entire auto sector. I am happy that ACMA and SIAM collaborated on several projects to strengthen the sector. I appreciate the support extended by auto component industry under your vibrant leadership. Together we could: 1. Support the nation in the fight against COVID, PSA-based oxygen generation plant, masks and PPE kit, ventilators, scaling up capacity of oxygen plant manufacturer, shift ramp-up of manufacturing after lockdown, vaccination of your team member and their family. 2. Preparing comprehensive localization roadmap for the industry. 3. Smooth transition to BS6. I also welcome President-designate Mr. Sanjay Kapoor to take over the leadership of ACMA. SIAM look forward to continue the collaboration with ACMA for the future project. Thank you. With this, I would like to close my best wishes to ACMA for this annual event. Namaskar.
Thank you, Ayukawa-san, for acknowledging the support of the auto component industry and highlighting some of the challenges that we are confronting, especially on chip manufacturing. And of course, the auto component industry takes your message very seriously. Indeed, we'll engage in more vaccination, localization efforts, and smoother transition to BS6. So thank you so much for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Confederation of Indian Industries, the CII, continues to play an exemplary role not only in championing the cause of the Indian industry to ensure a conducive manufacturing and investment climate in the country, but has also become a beacon of hope for millions of people of this country due to its outstanding efforts in relief measures during the pandemic, including a nationwide vaccination campaign. I have immense pleasure in inviting Mr. T.V. Narendran, President, CII and MD and CEO of Tata Steel, to share his perspective on dealing with these volatile times and yet staying on top. Mr. Narendran, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Vinny. Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, Niti Aayog, Mr. Deepak Jain, President, ACMA and CMD, Lumax Industries, Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, President, SIAM and MD and CEO, Maruti Suzuki, Mr. S.S. Kim, MD and CEO, Hyundai Motor Company, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, Vice President, ACMA and Chairman, Sona Comstar, Mr. Vinny Mehta, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, it's my pleasure to join the ACMA 61st annual session today, and I felicitate you on a long and successful journey that you have accomplished. I congratulate Deepak on navigating the challenges of COVID and helping the industry emerge as a stronger sector that continues to contribute greatly to the Indian economy. ACMA has played a very significant role for the growth of the Indian industry, including the MSME sector, and I think it's an outstanding example of excellence in Indian industry. The Indian auto component industry has made enormous strides within India as well as globally. CII is indeed proud to have been associated with ACMA over the years, and CII has valued the partnership with ACMA, and that has only grown from strength to strength over the decades. The auto components industry, like all sectors, has faced an unprecedented turmoil in the last 2 years, and there have been opportunities as well in the current scenario. In the recent past, the realignment of global trade dynamics has prompted many multinational companies to move to India and look at India as a source. So India is potentially not just a destination, but also a source for investments. It's heartening to note that the sector has grown at around 20% per annum in the past, making it one of the fastest growing sectors in the Indian industry. I must mention that we are proud of the sector's many achievements. The quality of our products is now at par with global standards, and our ability to create, engineer, and develop world-class products completely in India has become much better now. Today, almost every major car maker in the world has an engineering center in India, along with complete product development capability, giving India a unique competitive edge. As the economy bounces back with the pent-up demand, the forthcoming festive season, and stabilization in incomes and job creation, there is a clear hope that it will impact the entire auto ecosystem positively. In this context, a voluntary scrapping policy announced by the government recently can help take older vehicles off the roads, contributing to lower fuel consumption and pollution, as well as creating demand for vehicles. It will obviously not only create demand, but we will have more cleaner vehicles on the road, and this is also a great opportunity for all of us. The government has also set its sights on making India more environment friendly and slowly phase out petrol and diesel based vehicles, and India's EV market is expected to be about 7 billion opportunity by 2025, with two-wheelers and three-wheelers expected to drive higher electrification of vehicles. The very nature of the industry has also transformed during this period, and technology-centric features, safety, comfort, emissions, and energy consumption all have taken center stage in recent times. The Indian automotive industry is Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it is important for all of us to develop scale and carry forward this inclusive journey. And I would like to mention a few thoughts for the future. One, as the localization efforts grow and the supply chain shift, India must emphasize targeted export expansion for key components and expand its share in the global auto component trade to at least 4 to 5% by 2026. Two, with the growing adoption of electric mobility, semiconductors, as Ayukawa-san also said, is going to become more and more critical. And it's important for us as an ecosystem, as a country, as an industry, collectively or individually, to invest in creating these capabilities in India. And this is going to take time. It is going to take support from the government. It is very capital intensive, and it is a cyclical business. Three, the challenge of delayed payments to SMEs continues to exist. Much more needs to be done. CII is constantly engaging with the government on the subject, including more recently with the finance minister a couple of days back. So I think this is a subject which does rank very high in CII's list when we interact with the government, and the government has also promised to continue to work on improving this, and I do believe that, and I do think that some improvements have happened. For aspects like carbon pricing and COP26 will have a significant impact on manufacturing in India. We know that EU has already proposed a carbon border adjustment mechanism. So it's not just about what are the policy changes in India, but the policy changes across the world has an impact on Indian manufacturers and exporters. So, and it's not something which impacts just the large companies. I think it impacts all companies in a value chain which is connected with carbon. 5, the MSME share of value addition to a car is well over a third, attesting to the central role of smaller enterprises. And the automotive aftermarket provides economic opportunities to 25 to 30,000 MSMEs engaged in the auto value chain, and thus they require a special focus as well. We are working to address these issues. There are issues in finance, skill development, and digital literacy, as well as in the area of sustainability. And CII has launched a slew of initiatives in this regard and hopes to make a positive impact. May I conclude once again by complimenting ACMA for the seminal role that it has played. I compliment Deepak for a truly extraordinary and memorable year under his leadership, which sets the path for the future growth of the sector. The industry is certainly a successful case study for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'd also like to welcome Sanjay into his new role. We would continue to support and engage closely with ACMA and work together with the government for the faster recovery as well as growth of the auto component industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Naren, thank you so much. I have well noted all the points that you made, especially on localization, on developing an EV ecosystem, addressing issues on delays in payments to SMEs, reducing the carbon footprint with the international changes for border taxation on carbon, and also encouraging the MSMEs for more value addition. I would like to assure you that ACMA is working on all of these issues, and of course I look forward to CII's support in ensuring that these are resolved and addressed. I see Mr. Amitabh Kant has also logged in at this point in time. So Mr. Amitabh Kant, very hearty welcome from the ACMA fraternity to you. Thank you for joining in. I will call on you in a little while after this address to make your submission and address to the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Mr. S.S. Kim, the chairperson and MD and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, our keynote speaker for the inaugural session. Mr. Kim, thank you so much for your presence. South Korea and India, in fact, have a shared destiny. Both the countries became independent on August 15, albeit South Korea was liberated 2 years ago in 1945. The Hyundai Motor Corporation has played an immense role, an exemplary role in nation building of South Korea. And likewise, the Indian auto component industry aspires to upscale its contribution to India's economy and acquire a dominant position in the global automotive value chain. I invite you, Mr. Kim, to share your vision with us and also your advice for the Indian auto component industry in navigating the challenges of today. Mr. Kim, the screen is yours.
Namaste. A very good morning, Mr. Amitabh Khan, CEO of NITI President ACMA, President SIAM, President CII, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to address you all through this virtual platform at the 61st Annual Conference of the Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India. At the outset, I would like to wish you and your family the best of health and safety during this very challenging time. I would also like to thank you and the entire Automotive Component Manufacturers Association for your valuable contribution and unwavering commitment. With our collective effort, the Indian automotive industry has emerged as one of the most crucial contributors for economic progress. We collectively contribute 6% of India's GDP while providing employment to nearly 38 million Indians. Friends, India has surely and steadily emerged as the land of opportunity, developing into a highly significant regional auto manufacturing and export hub that contributes $27 billion in export revenue. Looking back at some glimpses of our past achievement, we can proudly say that the automotive industry has been truly breathing life into the vision of Make in India, Made for the World. Friends, the COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented adversities that resulted in loss of lives, business, and livelihood. For the first time in the history of the industry, the automotive sector witnessed zero sales in the month of April 2020. Implication of this were felt across the entire spectrum of our value chain. Without doubt, pandemic control measures helped abate a larger crisis, and the industry proactively utilized this opportunity to plan, innovate, strategize, and adapt to the new normal. Our keen observation of the implication of new normal brought significant learnings and need to adapt with flexibility and agility. The importance of an alternate and localized supply chain was clearly evident to help mitigate supply disruption and build great resilience in the ecosystem. Hyundai was the first mass market OEM to begin operation in May 2020, and this was a result of detailed and robust plan encompassing the safety of our employees and suppliers, maintaining operational efficiency, and integrating responsiveness across our value chain. As a result, we have created a more adaptable business structure to be well prepared during any business volatilities. Hyundai has had a long and fruitful partnership with India over the last 2.5 decades, and we have recently accomplished milestone of 25 years of excellence in India. Over the years, we have developed a robust value chain with the help of our partners, stakeholders, and the government. As a customer-centric organization, it is our constant endeavor to drive excellence across the spectrum of product, service, and technology. Moving forward to further build resilience, we will adopt an Indian-specific operation strategy supporting, first, advancement of IC powertrain technology and strong focus on zero-emission vehicles. Second, focus on mass customization in order to secure adequate economic of scale while addressing diversified needs of evolving and aspirational customers. Third, create market-relevant and human-centric product technology for safe and comfortable vehicle space. Fourth, prepare for uncertainty arising due to the challenging and dynamic market conditions for seamless business operation. Furthermore, for true localization in India, we needed to strongly focus our effort on setting up infrastructure to enhance sub-tier downstream value chain. This strategy will ensure a greater level of competence and stability for the entire industry in India and for our export operation. To create a robust sub-vendor ecosystem, government intervention and support will go a long way in making India a true manufacturing hub. For the future, component manufacturers and OEMs should continue investing in technological advancement with a keen focus on workplace safety, harmonious employee relationship, and government collaboration. The scope to increase car penetration and potential for motorization in India is effectively high. As urbanization continues to grow in India, personal mobility holds high growth potential and business opportunity. While we focus on ramping up operation to facilitate future growth, there is an equal and urgent need to be more responsible toward environment and social issues. As a leading smart mobility solution provider, Hyundai will focus on 4 smart business platforms to enrich customers' mobility life experience and usher in a new era for the automotive industry. We will continue to devote resources for the development of MECA, which is mobility, electric, connected, and autonomous technology. In the mobility sphere, we will focus on further improving quality time of ownership and shared mobility unique experience with innovative features and service solutions for a happy life. Hyundai is also focusing very keenly on developing affordable zero-emission vehicles. Our transition as an alternate energy vehicle manufacturer will be gradual but accelerated in order to facilitate the creation of a resilient value chain and help the industry achieve the ideal volume for economy of scale. We will continue to focus on advanced technologies such as hydrogen fuel cell, while also improving our current portfolio of powertrain that include both BS6 compliant petrol and diesel engine, offering superior fuel efficiency and reduced emission level. As we make our solutions smarter and more efficient, we continue in integrating a higher value quotient in our product offering by combining connectivity at home, workspace, and commute based on big data analytic platform. We are able to offer a truly lifestyle enhancing solution that add quality time to our customers' life. Under the domain of autonomous driving technology, we will focus on developing state-of-the-art capabilities in the area of advanced information sensing, intelligent and real-time processing with precision assistant control to realize unique solution for India. Furthermore, with autonomous driving technology, we will enhance on active safety with advanced driving assistance system to mitigate risk involved due to the negligence and or human error, thereby making driving experience safer and enjoyable. Friends, as an industry, there is a strong need to build synergies across the field in order to form a globally competent ecosystem in India. The automotive component manufacturers of India will have to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of this industry with sustained investment in technology, innovation, and R&D. Currently, the automobile sector is undergoing a cascade of changes. We are grateful that the government has undertaken a gamut of initiatives to promote investment and growth in the entire manufacturing value chain in India. The government subsidization program toward augmenting growth of the auto sector and priorities to decarbonize by 2050 with a national hydrogen mission will be instrumental in playing a crucial role toward the scaling up the further of the automobile sector across multiple fronts. As an industry, it is crucial that the component manufacturers and OEMs collaborate to convert this initiative into a successful business avenues. Investment in innovative technology will play a pivotal role in catalyzing future growth and sustainability, thus helping the industry realize the vision of Atma Nirbhar Bharat. This will also help the industry understand the needs and aspirations of the millennial and Generation Z customers, making us well prepared for the future. Friends, the automotive industry is racing toward a new world. The need for localization is immensely significant in today's context, as it will usher in an era of sustainable growth for India and the automotive industry. I thank you all once again for your patient audience and wish you the very best for the future. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, for sharing with us your future strategy on MECA, mobility, electric, connected and autonomous. Also for your focus on localization with stress on infrastructure for upstream and downstream value chain and development of a robust sub-vendor ecosystem. Your call to the component industry for sustained investment in R&D, innovation and technology is indeed very pertinent, and of course we are working on it and we seek your guidance to take it further to fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, I move on to our chief guest, immensely passionate about transforming India and well known for his hugely popular campaigns, God's Own Country, Incredible India, Startup India and Make in India, and our man to go to in times of crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, our chief guest on the occasion. Mr. Kant, please address us.
Mr. Deepak Jain, President of ACMA, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, Vice President of ACMA, Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, President SIAM, Mr. Narendran, President CII, Mr. S.S. Kim, MD and CEO Hyundai, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be speaking on the theme of living with volatility, survival, revival, and growth. I'm extremely happy to be with all of you on the 61st ACMA annual session. Let me first say that we are in the midst of a crisis which has been as a consequence of COVID-19. We are now coming out of it, and therefore survival is critical. We will be soon thereafter be confronted by another crisis, and that will be the crisis of climate change. And we have to revive and grow in the midst of both these critical challenges. Let me at the outset say that both these crises can only be confronted by industries and by businesses which go digital, which go lean, and which go green. And this is really the key. I've been a long time admirer of India's automobile industry. It is the pride of India because it is the world's largest two-wheeler, three-wheeler and tractor manufacturer. It is also the world's second largest bus manufacturer, the third largest heavy truck manufacturer, and the fourth largest car manufacturer. It is very critical for India because it accounts for about 7.1% of India's GDP. It accounts for 49% of our manufacturing. So if India has to grow as a manufacturing nation, the automobile sector and the auto component sector have to be the key drivers of India's growth story. The manufacture of transport equipment accounts for about 10 to 12% of the gross value added within India's manufacturing sector. Any hit to the automobile sector has direct impact on the economy. And employment also gets hard hit as the automobile sector provides 37 million direct and indirect jobs while stimulating job creation in other industries. And therefore, we realize the significance and importance of this sector as a very major driver of growth. We have notified the production-linked incentive of rupees 57,042 crores, which is the biggest outlay for 5 years, for automobile and auto components, and incentive of rupees 18,100 crore for 5 years sanctioned for manufacturing of advanced chemistry cells to enhance India's manufacturing capabilities and exports. And our view is that these should really be the key drivers of catalyst of change. Along with that, the government of India has notified the scrappage policy, which would be a game changer in terms of creating demand for newer vehicles. This policy, by way of retiring older vehicles, would boost manufacturing in the automobile sector by generating demand for newer automobiles for the people with a secondary market for the retired vehicles. Now, despite the unprecedented challenge of COVID-19, the Indian automotive industry is spearheading to my mind, at a steadfast recovery rate, and we have been able to overcome some of the challenges. Automotive sales have soared in the month of July 21 by 34% year-on-year basis. Also in the preceding month, two-wheeler sales have increased by 17%, three-wheeler by 22%, passenger vehicles are up by 43% and tractors by 14%. In fact, the sector is expected to account for 65 million new jobs within India by 2026 as companies will ramp up production. A wide array of disruptions such as global supply chain rebalancing, government incentives to increase exports and technology disruptions are creating opportunities at all levels of the automotive value chain, and these must be seen as opportunities. It is very important that industry participants see a clear highway, and it is time for the industry to drive the machine at full throttle. The approach to make in India is very clear. You have to de-risk supply chains by boosting localization and reduce dependency on imports, and I would like to say imports from China. We must give immediate focus on low-hanging fruits that could be localized in a short period. The localizing of mechanical parts such as forged and machined components and lightweight polymer-based parts is critical. It is also important that certain automotive components which are being imported from China purely on the back of cost competitiveness and development capabilities need to be manufactured here. There are certain parts that are required to meet Bharat Stage 6 emission regulations. We'll need to see increased localization over the next few quarters. Such parts include electronic fuel injection systems and catalytic converters, and these are all being sourced from China. And therefore, it is necessary that import dependency on China for electronics and electrical parts semiconductor-based components, tooling and molds and raw materials such as magnets used in electric motors should not merely be minimized but be eliminated. The growth of shared, connected and electric mobility presents a massive opportunity for India in terms of sustainability, job creation and giving impetus to manufacturing through Make in India. As a key signatory of Paris Climate Agreement, India is committed to reduce emission level by 25% by 2030. Road transport sector is a contributor of CO2 emissions and accords to 1/3 of the particulate matter emissions. The advent of electric vehicles has emerged as a promising and intelligent solutions to achieve these ambitious targets. While the world is well poised to leapfrog to sustainable mobility, the contours of mobility landscape are evolving and will continue to evolve. But one thing is very clear, that the world will move towards a shared, connected and an electric mobility world. The domestic manufacturers of vehicles must realize that we are in the midst of one of the biggest transition of mobility that is going to take place. The EV will become inevitable whether you like it or not. And therefore, Indian manufacturers, the domestic manufacturers must clearly read the writing on the wall and must capture this opportunity to lead the disruptive changes and aim to secure a strategic position in the global value chain. It is important for me to say this because the process of India's urbanization has just begun. India will urbanize very rapidly, and in the next 5 decades, you will see over 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization. When Europe and America urbanized, that urbanization was driven by the development of highways and by the creation of combustion engine vehicles. The car manufacturers in USA bought over the railway companies and actually destroyed the railway companies. Vehicle sales soared in USA and Europe. In USA today, there are 960 cars per 1,000 people, and in Europe, there are about 850 cars per 1,000 people. In India, we have just 21 cars per 1,000 people. And therefore, the transition from combustion to electric will be far more smoother. We will not have legacy issues. And therefore, my view is that this process of urbanization, and let me tell you, the challenge for India is to create one Chicago every 2 years. And therefore, this movement of new urbanization should be accompanied by clean and sustainable urbanization, where electric and shared mobility will be a very critical component. And while the shift from traditional ICE to electric vehicles is inevitable, it is imperative for the nation to indigenize the manufacturing of electric vehicles and its components in alignment with Make in India and promote mass adoption of EV in the domestic market. We should not become a major importing nation in the electric vehicle component like we have done in the case of solar. Number of startups registered in EV segment in the last few years is exponentially growing. And let me tell you, if established players do not move towards electric vehicle, you will see startups disrupting all of you, and they will move forward. And they will capture a very large segment of the market. And therefore, the challenge is for established players to take the lead and become the drivers of this disruption. And improving battery density and reduction in lithium-ion battery costs will steadily boost EV domestic and export market in India. We have separately done a study, and in battery manufacturing, despite the fact that we may not have lithium, nickel and cobalt, 81% of the value addition can be done in India. And therefore, it's important that we add value to electric vehicle manufacturing in India. Recently, in order to further fuel the demand and catapult the proliferation of EVs in the domestic market, We re-strategized FAME 2 with the objective to reduce the upfront cost of two-wheelers, three-wheelers and electric buses. The FAME 2 scheme now offers increased upfront incentives for two-wheelers, adopted aggregation model for three-wheelers, and OPEX model and lighthouse cities approach for the electric buses. In our view, for both the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, the initial cost of electric vehicle is now cheaper or almost on par with combustion vehicle. And in the 9 cities that we have selected as lighthouse cities, we'll ensure that 100% saturation of electric buses take place. We will thereafter move towards four-wheelers, and we will ensure that the electric component moves fast and quickly in the four-wheeler segment also. In traditional micro mobility segments, as I said, two-wheelers and three-wheelers, Indian players should be the global leaders from day one. We should capture the global market. For PVs such as cars and SUVs and the light CVs, Indian players can win by following the frugal design requirements essential for emerging markets. Industry disruptions also create a huge opportunity for automotive suppliers to double down on building a strong position in the global EV supply chain. That will help suppliers gain additional revenues, an important consideration since most have started to tap out opportunities in the local Indian market. A move into EV will also help suppliers diversify their portfolios and reduce risks relating to market demand. There is also a dire need for the industry to achieve greater resilience in operations, especially the product, manufacturing and supply chain dimensions. Operational efficiency must be matched with operational resilience. A McKinsey study has estimated that supply chain disruptions, some lasting over a month, could occur over every 3.7 years across industries. Amid such uncertainties, companies will need operational resilience across the entire value chain, especially within product development, manufacturing and supply chain. As the manufacturing and supply chain philosophy expands from being just in time to just in case, companies can win by embedding digital and analytics into their operations. In addition to reducing inefficiency, this strategy will help companies build the robustness and resilience needed to respond to unpredictable external challenges. Globally, automakers are moving very fast to incorporate digital and analytics into their daily work. With digital channels gaining popularity among Indian consuming classes, automakers can develop direct-to-consumer options. International markets, especially those in Africa that are similar to India, are experiencing a rise in per capita GDP and reaching the levels at which automotive sales tend to expand very, very significantly. This may be the best opportunity for Indian automotive suppliers to expand internationally in decades because of recent tailwinds. As global automakers rebalance their supply chain, they are looking for sourcing hubs totally outside China. Simultaneously, the Indian government is offering production-linked incentives, and therefore, over the next 5 years, we should encourage exports using domestic market as a base. Automotive suppliers can leverage their strength. At Niti Aayog, we are taking all measures to boost innovation, efficiency, investment in the automobile sector, especially to bring down the initial upfront cost of EVs to the consumers. We have a dedicated national mission on transformative mobility and battery storage that works with all ministries, state governments, industry and academia on various policy initiatives to support the ecosystem. I'm delighted to tell you that almost 22 states now have their own EV policies, and they are driving it now vigorously. We have worked very closely with them. A transformed mobility future will require participation and collaboration across diverse stakeholder groups, most of whom are already present here today. I congratulate ACMA for their strong representation of 850 key auto component manufacturers and a very unique and a fabulous track record of 60 years of stellar performance. I welcome you for all the suggestions that you keep giving us and in taking forward and helping the automotive component sector. COVID pandemic, as we have seen, has unleashed an unimaginable suffering. It has also given us opportunity to strengthen our supply chains. It has emphasized the need for embedding resilience into our supply chains. We must not lose our focus. The business of automobile components will continue to grow and expand. This will call for higher skill sets as the components will be anchored on new and next generation electronic frame. The quality of automatic components you manufacture has to be world class, zero defect and zero failure. They should require constant short maintenance and replacement time and deliver longer span of durability and service. Let me assure you that the government and all of us in government stand by you, and it is your role to take the industry forward. I'm extremely confident that with your commitment, you'll not only be able to grow and prosper, but also thrive and turn out to be the best in global standards. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for that very incisive address. As always, replete with very strong messages for the industry. Let me assure you that we will live up to your expectations even in an era of next generation mobility. I'm sure the next generation, ACMA is indeed very, very confident that the next generation mobility, unlike the solar sector, would be a success story of localization. Of course, we would look forward to your support as always. Thank you, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our inaugural session. I am indeed very delighted to welcome our Vice President, Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, the Chairperson of Sona Comstar, to propose a vote of thanks to all our dignitaries. Sanjay, the screen is yours.
Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, Niti Aayog, Mr. T.V. Narendran, President CII and MD, Tata Steel, Mr. Kenichi Ayukawa, President SIAM and MD and CEO, MSIL, Mr. S.S. Kim, MD and CEO, Hyundai Motors India, Mr. Deepak Jain, President ACMA and Chairman Lumax Industries, Mr. Vinny Mehta, Director General ACMA, captains of the vehicle industry, officials from the government, ACMA past presidents and my colleagues from the ACMA Executive Committee and members of ACMA, friends from the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the inaugural session, it is my privilege and pleasure to make a few concluding remarks and propose a vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the year gone by has definitely been one of the toughest in our history. Apart from the volatility, the downturn that we had been encountering since the onset of FY 2020, the situation was further compounded by the outbreak of COVID-19 and the 2 lockdowns in its aftermath. As they say, that it is in times of crisis that mettle of the brave is tested and their true character is revealed. I'm extremely proud of our industry in the way we have supported each other to overcome the challenges and stand by each other shoulder to shoulder. I'm grateful to our customers for guiding us as well to ensure our business continuity, and to our friends in the auto component fraternity for their resilience and belief in themselves. The government too has played an exemplary role in supporting the industry, and I'm happy that today, in almost all segments of the industry, we are witnessing recovery, and I hope the good tidings continue. Today's ensuing keynotes by Honorable Minister Mr. Nitin Gadkari and industry luminaries, including Mr. RC Bhargav, Dr. Pavan Goenka, Mr. Ashwini Gupta, the presentation by PwC, and the panel discussions with top industry leaders and policymakers shall bring to fore the concrete ideas on how the component industry can navigate the volatile new normal, which in fact is going to be the norm now on, and survive, revive, and grow all simultaneously, thus turning the crisis into an opportunity and transform itself to stay relevant. At the onset, I would like to thank our Ministry of Heavy Industries for its unstinted support. Later in the day, we will have the opportunity to listen to the vision of our Honorable Minister Dr. Mahendranath Pandey and our Secretary Shri Arun Goyalji as they champion our cause with other ministries and departments to make it conducive for all of us to run our businesses. Mr. Amitabh Kant, you have always motivated us and at times also nudged us to think outside of the box. Your invaluable direction to the industry to transform itself from conventional to one that is sustainable and competitive is indeed very pertinent. Our industry needs to transition itself to green measures to meet the climate goals of India. Ayukawa-san, my heartiest congratulations to you for successfully completing the first year of your term as President of SIAM, and I wish you the very best for the next year. You've always been in the forefront of extending support to the supply community, and we look forward to your continued direction. Thank you once again for your presence here with us today. Naren, thank you for joining us today. We are very thankful to CII for involving ACMA in its consultative processes. We congratulate you for a very apt theme for this year, Building India for a New World, Competitiveness, Growth, Sustainability, Technology, as India celebrates its 75th year of independence. ACMA is committed to support you as CII rededicates itself to meeting the aspirations of our citizens for a morally, economically, and technologically advanced country in partnership with government, industry, and all stakeholders. Mr. Kim, it has been a pleasure for us to host you today in this session. We appreciate your deep commitment towards building India into an automotive manufacturing hub and for your thrust towards localization. We look forward to Hyundai's deeper engagement with ACMA. ACMA's partnership with government has been intimate, and we are very thankful to all the ministries, departments, and agencies at the center and states for their cooperation. I particularly thank the Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Road and Transport and Highways, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Niti Aayog, and others for their support to us. We're indeed grateful to all our sponsors who have supported this conference. Despite it being a very tough year, this event would not have been possible without your generous contribution. My special thanks to our friends from the media who have always given voice to the auto component industry and supported us. Last but not the least, I would like to thank and compliment the ACMA Secretariat who have worked tirelessly to put this event together. Once again, my sincere thank you to all of you. I wish you a fruitful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the close of our session. Do not forget to connect with us on our social media handles on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn to stay updated on the latest on ACMA and the auto component industry. I now take a short break, and I will be back by 11:15. Thank you so much for tuning in. Do not go away. Go grab a cup of tea, as I'm going to do.
This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world or build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday.
That's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
अब जरूरत है कि देश में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बने जो मेड इन इंडिया हो, मेड फॉर द वर्ल्ड हो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you did grab a cup of coffee. I welcome you to this very special plenary session. I'm inviting President ACMA, Mr. Deepak Jain, to welcome some of the most distinguished leaders. Honorable Shri Mahendranath Pandey ji, the Union Minister for Heavy Industry, Mr. RC Bhargav, the chairperson of Maruti Suzuki, and Mr. Ashwani Gupta, the CEO of Nissan Motor Corporation. Welcome, gentlemen, and Deepak, please welcome them.
I'm indeed very delighted to welcome Honorable Minister Shri Mahendranath Pandeyji, Mr. RC Bhargav, and Mr. Ashwani Gupta. Honorable Minister Shri Mahendranath Pandeyji, we are truly honored by your presence here. I'm thankful to you and the Ministry of Heavy Industries for espousing well our cause with other ministries, and I'm sure with you now in the lead, our issues will be heard better for an early resolution. We look forward to your continued support and guidance, sir. Now, I turn to one of the most distinguished leaders of our industry, Mr. RC Bhargav. Sir, I've been asked by your office to keep the welcome short, and all I can say that it is indeed a blessing for me that you could join us today. A visionary and leader par excellence, you were involved right from the inception of Maruti Suzuki and have nurtured it to be India's most preferred vehicle, and in the process created an entire world-class flourishing ecosystem of suppliers and dealers around it. The over US dollars 100 billion Indian automotive industry is a testimony of your vision, grit, and determination. We are very eager to listen to your vision of the Indian automotive sector as it navigates the current volatility to be steadfast. Once again, sir, I express my deep gratitude to you for your presence today. Mr. Ashwani Gupta, thank you so much, sir, for taking the trouble to join us from the US. I'm aware it is in the middle of the night for you. I must say that we are indeed very proud of your achievements, a fellow Indian who is leading and redefining mobility in the global arena. With your multidimensional perspective of global automotive business as the COO of Nissan, and earlier with the roles across 3 alliance partners, Renault, Nissan, Mitsubishi, we are looking forward to your insights on ensuring business continuity in a globally disruptive environment. A hearty welcome to you once again, a hearty welcome to all our audience for joining in for this special plenary session. Over to you, Vinny.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepak. Ashwani, can I call you for your address, please?
Thank you, Vinny and Deepak for giving me this opportunity to speak in one of the best auto forums in the world. It is an honor to be in this forum with Honorable Minister Pandey and Mr. RC Bhargav. And good afternoon, good morning, all the distinguished leaders from the government and the industry. When Deepak asked me to talk about living with volatility, especially survival, revival, and growth, I quickly jumped in on it. You know why? Because 20 months before, exactly, Nissan was going through revival and growth plan, and we launched Nissan Business Transformation Plan. And all of a sudden, the crisis, the pandemic hit us. And then one word which was added, which was survival. And that's why it became survival, revival, and growth. And that's what I thought that, wow, this is a great topic to talk about and share the experiences which we have gone through and which we are going to go through. So for us also, it is more about survival, revival, and growth. So today in the broader perspective, I would like to cover 3 parts of this topic. The first about the uncertainty, the second about the global trend, and most important, how the future is moving faster than we think, and how the technologies are transforming our businesses, our industries, and most important, our lives. And finally, I would like to touch upon India, that how India is going to play an important role, not only in the Indian market, but in the global market. So let me first start with the uncertainty. For me, uncertainty is inevitable. It is not matter of if, it is matter of when. And the question which we have to ask ourselves is, Are we prepared to find certainty in the uncertainty? Are we capable to convert risk into opportunity? And I think this pandemic has taught us to be resilient and agile as well. How we can be more efficient and effective during the crisis is what we all have learned. As an automotive industry, I can share with you the experiences which we went through, and I'm pretty sure that most of you have gone through those experiences. I would say there are three parts which I would say that this pandemic has taught us, which we call it new normal. The first, I would say, the way we work, the way we live. In 2019, I slept 48 nights in the plane. Was it useful? Was it necessary to travel from north to south, east to west, and burning CO2 emissions in the air? I don't think so. The pandemic has taught us that the unpredictable scenarios, we can take out people from the crisis, and even then we can run the business. And that's what we all are doing. And today is a great forum when we all are meeting on a small screen of personal computer. That's what has changed the way we live life, the way we work. The second is the way we manufacture. And I know many of our automotive friends are here today. We used to make annual production plan, 6 monthly production plan. And today I'm working on weekly production plan. Why this agility came in? It came in because of this crisis. The whole supply chain, even if it's going through a deep crisis, but this has taught us that we as car manufacturers who used to run the business based on 90 to 120 days of inventory are running the business based on 9 days to 10 days of inventories. And at the end, what we see that we are removing the inefficiencies from the system, hence achieving higher profit per unit and serving customer better than what we thought. The third one, which I would say, the way we sell. We never thought that we can let customer experience the joy of buying a car sitting at home. And I can tell you that in the month of June, when the whole industry is going through the supply chain constraint and customer is highly challenged to visit the dealership and find out that this grade is available, this grade is not available because of this crisis, that crisis. But today, 22% of the customers are going through the digital platform to first make sure that whether this car is available or not, and then they are going for the physical journey. And I can share with you that this new normal is going to continue because we are removing the pain points from the customer journey. And this is how I would say that we should move forward. So this is what I wanted to talk about, the uncertainty. But I think for us, let's use it as an opportunity to profit from the certainty out of the uncertainty. So that's all about the survival and revival. But what next? And here I would like to share with you about the global trend and how the technologies are transforming our businesses, our industries, and most important, our lives. Let's go back to the history of the world. Which are the four things which have brought the revolution in the world? I would say agriculture, industrialization, third energy, and fourth transportation. And what was the common word behind these four revolutions? It was migration. It was migration. Now, if we move forward, what happens to this word migration? Let's talk about the most important migration, which is climate migration. We all around the world are experiencing the climate challenges. We have never seen snowstorms in the places for last decades. We have never seen tsunamis. We have never seen floods, but we are seeing those. Why? This is mainly because of global warming. And the data shows that 4 degrees of warming can displace 760 million people. And you know, in 1947, India, Pakistan, 18 million people were displaced. And we are talking about 760 million people who will have to be displaced because many islands, many part of the planet will be washed away because of the global warming. We are talking about 20 Tokyo. Tokyo is the largest megacity to displace 20 Tokyos in the world. So I think it's time for all of us to wake up, because this is going to happen if we are not taking the right measures to address the climate. That's the first migration. What is the second migration? The second migration is all about the urban relocation. We think by 2050, 60 to 75% of the world will be urbanized. Can we imagine that when we have 65 to 75% of the world urbanized, how the transportation will look like? Will it be safe? Will it be confident? So that's the second migration. And the third migration is about the virtual world. And once again, today our plenary session is a clear example of the virtual world. So if I summarize climate migration, urban migration, and the virtual migration. Now we, as an automotive manufacturer, what we can do to talk about these three? Very simple. Climate migration has to be addressed by electrification. The urban migration has to be addressed by human-centric technologies. And for me, for Nissan, human-centric technology is autonomous driving technology. Number three, the virtual migration. This is all about connected. So electrification, autonomous driving, and connected are the three technologies which are giving the answer to the three migration and are bringing the revolution in the world. Because of time, I would like to more focus on the electrification. Now for Nissan, electrification is not the objective, it's the consequence. Why it is the consequence? It is the consequence because we as automotive manufacturer has to be enabler to bring four things to the customer. First, the driving excitement of an electric car, which is better than the ICE car. How this is possible? This is of course possible by the technology on the electric motor, battery, and the powertrain. Number two, the price point. And the price point, it is all about parity between the electric vehicle and the ICE, which means it should be competitive. Number three is the total cost of ownership from the customer viewpoint. How we can make it competitive? By having a very competitive localization, by having a leading edge technology to lead the localization. And number four is the contribution to the environment. And if we as catalysts, we as enablers are able to bring these four of customer value, then definitely there is a tipping point when customer will go for the electrification. Now, most important thing is when we talk about climate migration and when we talk about electrification, it's not only electrification of the car. We have to talk about the full value system. We have to talk about the full ecosystem. Number one, product. Number two, the whole supply chain. Number three, energy. Number four, charging infrastructure. And number five, recycling. These are the five pillars which must be addressed in the ecosystem. When we launch in United Kingdom with Prime Minister Mr. Boris Johnson, Nissan EV 360, we address all ecosystem. And here I would like to once again repeat that this is not possible by only automotive manufacturer. And this is what is the importance of the ecosystem, that everybody has to join the hands and collectively, collaboratively, we have to address this challenge and this opportunity. Automotive manufacturers, suppliers, government authorities, and all the partners who bring value to address the climate migration. The second, I would say, the autonomous driving. For us, autonomous driving is more about how much safe and confident cars we can make for the customers. And this is all about the recognition and the respect for the human being. And last but not the least, the third one is the virtual world. Virtual world is all about how we use car as a platform to connect the customer to the world and world to the customer. And this is how we define this technology, which is really disrupting our lifestyle. So if I combine all the revolutions, so the next revolution in the industry is driven and will be driven by three, two of which are common from the previous revolutions we saw in the world: energy, transportation, and digital. And these are the three revolutions who are going to change the way we live, the way we manufacture, and the way we sell. Hence, what should be our goal? Our goal should be clearly to drive our organizations by a purpose-driven organization. And in case of Nissan, we are driving our organization by, we are here to enrich people's life. What people's lives mean? Our aim is zero emission, zero fatality, and zero inequality. And to do that, what is very important, first time in the history, the climate ambition, or sometimes I say the country's ambition and the business ambition, they have the common goals. Now, what is the common goal? As you know, that many of the countries, United States, Europe, Japan, have announced carbon neutrality by 2050. Same as us, automotive manufacturers have also announced, and Nissan has announced by 2050, we will achieve the carbon neutrality. And in achieving this common goal together with the government, with our suppliers, with our ecosystem partners, how we are going to do that? That by 2030s, 100% of our cars will have the electrified options. Now, this 100% in 2030 can come in 2026. For example, in Europe, in 2026, 100% of our vehicles will be electrified. Why? Because the ecosystem is a bit driven by the 5 pillars are working, and in 2026, the total cost of ownership, the price point, the driving excitement seen from the customer on the electric cars, which will be for sure better than the ICE cars. And this is where we call it tipping point. And we all have to work towards this tipping point so that it becomes a natural choice for the customer to go for electrification. That was my second part of the speech. The third part, I would say, the India. Of course, Deepak and Vinny both talked about myself. Of course, I was born and brought up in India, and I'm proud to be an Indian. India is the 4th largest market. In 5 to 6 years, it should become the 3rd largest market. However, there's a big opportunity. And I think in the previous session, I was listening to Mr. Kant, and he talked about a number of cars, 20 per 1,000. Exactly. This is exactly the huge opportunity which is in front of us. Now, the challenge which we all have is how we are going to capitalize this opportunity. And I would say, once again, that electrification is the pillar which could clearly transform Indian automotive industry. And you know that there are 6 Ds of the transformation, and I will talk about only 2. We have deception and we have disruption. And we, Indian industries, are excellent about the deception. And deception is all about individual innovation, right? Innovation. Crisis is the mother of innovation. And we in India are doing innovation. However, we are limiting it to individual innovation. How we can convert deception into disruption is the biggest challenge. And this can be done I would say, by the digitalization, which means deception can be converted into disruption using the digitalization. And needless to say that India has got a great know-how on the digitalization. It's not digitalization of data, it's digitalization of process, it's digitalization of business, it's digitalization of customer experience, it's digitalization of end-to-end. And that's how I think we can achieve the disruption. So with that note, I would like to once again say thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my experience and talk on this great topic. And thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Ashwin, for that very profound address, replete with a lot of lessons. You spoke to us about finding certainty in uncertain times. You shared with us how to address migration through electric mobility, human-centric technologies through autonomous systems, and addressing the issues in the virtual world through connected. And of course, your message to India is to move from deception to disruption by dint of digitalization of processes and businesses. These are all indeed very well taken. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite respected Mr. RC Bhargav, the chairperson of Maruti Suzuki India. Bhargav-san, can we have your address to the industry? Welcome.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Gupta, and all the dignitaries present in this conference. Let me start by congratulating and thanking ACMA and all its members for the manner in which the industry has responded to the problems caused by the COVID pandemic. This industry is the backbone of car manufacturing. The maturity, resilience, and innovativeness of component manufacturing enabled vehicle manufacturers to restore production rapidly after the lockdowns and restrictions that had to be imposed as a result of the two waves of the disease. This performance convinces me that the component industry is now ready to take steps to compete with the global giants and, of course, to fulfill the needs which Mr. Gupta just talked about. I've had the privilege of seeing the development of this industry from 1981. To my understanding, the component industry was able to change so much and so rapidly because of a few important factors. The most important, perhaps, was the rapid growth of the demand for cars in the country. It is well known that a necessary condition for the growth of a competitive component manufacturing industry is high volume production. The rising demand for cars enabled component manufacturers to improve volumes, acquire new technologies, and achieve quality levels that made them increasingly competitive. One of the consequences was the development of export markets. Export of components grew and reached $15 billion in FY19, a very praiseworthy effort by any account. But it should be noted that the global trade in automobile components is $1.3 trillion, and our share of that is barely 1.2%. We are also net importers in the component manufacturing industry. Clearly, much needs to be done. As a result of changes in policy in India and events at international levels, India has become even better placed to be a large supplier of automotive components to the whole world. This will only happen if both the industry and the government make it happen on the ground. India is the only big country that still has a very large potential for annual increases in car production. Various figures have been given about vehicle penetration in India and in other countries, so I don't have to expound on this. Unfortunately, as we know, the growth of car production has declined from about 12% till 2010 to an annual compound rate of growth of 1.3% during 2015-20. I'm not including the COVID years because these were unusual years and should not be really relevant for determining the trend of the industry. But the fact is that on a secular basis in the last decade, the manufacturing industry has been declining, and that is not good for the growing competitiveness of the component industry. This matter has been discussed yesterday in the SIAM meeting, and the Honorable Minister for Transport and Road Development has expressed the need for the industry to grow rapidly. I'm quite sure with a receptive government, we will find these steps which are required to be taken to once again restore the the car manufacturing industry to the high growth path. The component industry must understand that if it is to become capable of meeting global challenges, then it has also to realize that it cannot be worked by the component management, industry management, merely for the benefit of a very limited number of people who run the industry. All industries in India, including the component industry, must now be managed and run, keeping in view that the primary object is to make strong industries which will then lead to a strong India. A strong India is what we need if we are going to meet our obligations to the rest of the world and to the people of this country. And a country only becomes strong if it has a strong industrial base, which means industry must recognize its role and its responsibility for working for the national good. Once that becomes the objective, a lot of decisions and issues will get sorted out. Based on my experience of the last 40 years, I would like to make a few suggestions. The first is that the investments in developing engineering and R&D capabilities in the component industry have been inadequate in most companies. It is true that such investments would be comparatively large and may not yield adequate dividends in the short term. For that reason, it becomes important that these investments are made from internal resources. Internal resources need to be maximized. I have been saying this for some time, that the secret of success for building strong companies, for developing technology, for growth, is to generate more and more internal resources. There is just no other way of doing this. And I would strongly suggest to component manufacturers that they need to look at the entire management culture and the management style and see how more funds remain within the company and less funds are used for other purposes, including lifestyles of senior management personnel. Remember, money which remains in the company will and can be used for strengthening the company. Money which is taken out of the company leads to a comfortable, luxurious life. It does nothing for the growth of the country. Second, focus of companies has to remain on constantly improving quality. Not only quality in the component manufacturer, the tier one vendor, but quality in the tier 2 and the tier 3 vendors, who in many cases are the weak points of industry. Both government and industry need to work together, but primarily the responsibility is of the tier 1 vendor to ensure that the steps are required to be taken as required to be taken for tier 2 and tier 3 vendors to come up to global competitive standards are taken, and there is no compromise in doing that. Thirdly, if Indian component manufacturers are to achieve these purposes and become globally competitive, we must relook at our management, our human resource policies. It is not possible, I believe, to achieve global standards if we continue to work with people who are not properly skilled, people who are contract workers, people who have no commitment to the company, people who do not retain their learning because they leave the company being the contract workers. And we need skilled, motivated employees in a company. And this is not only in tier 1 vendors, it is in tier 2 and tier 3 vendors also. Surely this will lead to some short-term increases in cost. This has to be adjusted, and the car manufacturers have to support vendors in making this happen. But without this happening, I do not think that we will get an internationally competitive component industry here. And I believe that the component manufacturers will get the necessary support from car manufacturers, particularly if what I mentioned a little while earlier, between the government and the industry, we are able to develop means by which the industry gets back to a high growth rate. If that happens, things will become different. As far as the government is concerned, I must mention that during the strong socialist ideology period, and many of those practices have continued till now, the thinking was that industry, being an activity indulged in by the capitalists, the richer classes, should bear higher costs for most of the factors of production. And therefore, whether it was electricity, whether it was infrastructure events, whether it was even taxation on inputs, custom laws, whatever, the costs of manufacturing and industry were raised because of these factors, and numerous laws and regulations and the way they were implemented by the bureaucracy, and this I'm talking about primarily at state levels. And all of these, including delays, led to high costs of manufacturing. That is why an Indian industry has not yet become as competitive as it should have become, given the other positive factors which India has. And I think it is necessary that along with all the other changes, we review these factors and have a mindset amongst the bureaucracy, amongst the people, especially at the state levels, that the role of the government is to facilitate industrial manufacturing and primarily to help industry work as economically and at as low cost as possible. There is no doubt that we have to move towards cleaner mobility. And this was very clearly spelled out just now by Mr. Gupta, and he mentioned the 5 pillars which are required, which will make the customers automatically choose electric mobility. We need to move towards these 5 pillars, and I have maintained that electrification can only happen on a large scale in India when the customer finds that it is in his interest to buy an EV rather than to buy an ICE vehicle. It's not the car manufacturer, that's not the government who by themselves can lead to large-scale adoption of electric vehicles by customers. The customer has to accept this. And it is up to us to see that the 5 pillars mentioned by Mr. Gupta are in place. And if those 5 pillars come, certainly electric vehicles will be adopted very fast in India, because the Indian customer is very quick to understand what is in his interest. But I do believe that given the state of infrastructure in India in various areas, this process will take some time. And India will have a growing car market. If you do the mathematics of this whole parameters which are involved, including a growing market which is not available elsewhere in the world. We are the only country which has the potential of growing in double digits for the next 10, 15 years. And in that situation, I believe that the ICE vehicles will continue to be in production for many, many years in the future. The demand for components will remain. Besides that, even with the introduction of EVs on a larger scale, please remember that even those EV vehicles will still require lighting and suspension and braking and interiors and such things. And all of those are items made by component manufacturing. So the transition from ICE vehicles to EVs will not cause any disruption for component manufacturers, not in the medium term, and people have to do their own calculations looking at how long it will take us to get the 5 pillars in position to work out what will be the demand if the growth of the car industry continues, let's say at 8 or 10% a year, and what would be realistically the time taken for getting all 5 pillars in place, and therefore what would be the demand for components as we go forward. We need to take advantage of the global markets which are available today, especially with China not being so much in favor. We need to become more competitive. We need to develop technologies. We need to have internal resources to develop in the companies. And I think if we do that and we work together, government and industry with trust in each other, I believe we have a very bright future for this industry, and we can expect high rates of growth. And our exports of components from 1.2%, we should aim to get in the first stage to 5%, and therefore after to some 7 or 8% to the global market of components should surely be coming from India. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Bhargav-san. It's always an exhilarating experience to listen to you. So much to absorb. Thank you for your faith in the component industry, and of course your message to the component manufacturers to step up investments in R&D and engineering, to maximize internal resources, to transform management culture with focus on companies to be more human oriented, focuses on improving quality, and last but not the least, focus on improving the tier 2s and the tier 3s, because they're the weakest link in the value chain. And I also thank you for allaying fear that the component manufacturers have in terms of the EV coming in. And of course, the component industry needs to take advantage of the global market. So thank you once again for sharing your vision with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of extending a very warm welcome to our Honorable Minister, Dr. Mahendranath Pandey. The Honorable Minister will speak in Hindi, and maybe I'll try to summarize thereafter for our friends and audience who do not understand Hindi. Can we put the Minister to live, please?
एक्मा के 61वें वार्षिक सत्र के मौके पर श्री दीपक जैन जी अध्यक्ष एक्मा, श्री संजय कपूर जी उपाध्यक्ष एक्मा एंड श्री बिन्नी मेहता महानिदेशक एक्मा और ऑटोमेटिक उद्योग के प्रतिष्ठित अग्रणी व्यक्तियों, सभी देवियों सज्जनों, भारतीय ऑटो कंपोनेंट उद्योग हमारे देश की उद्यमशीलता का परिचायक है। यह उद्योग भारत के जीडीपी का 2.3% से अधिक योगदान करता है। यहाँ 50 लाख से अधिक लोगों को रोजगार मिलता है। ऑटो कंपोनेंट उद्योग का 60% से अधिक निर्यात उत्तर अमेरिका और यूरोपीय संघ को होता है। 2025-26 के लिए एक टारगेट है कि अगले 5 वर्षों में हम सब इस निर्यात को बढ़ा करके 30 अरब, दोगुना किया जाए, 30 अरब यूएस डॉलर हो जाए। उस स्थिति में ऑटो कंपोनेंट का वैश्विक निर्यात का प्रतिशत अपने आप बढ़ के 3% से भी अधिक हो जाएगा और संभावित रोजगार भी 50 लाख से बढ़ के 2025 तक 75 लाख पहुंचने की उम्मीद है। ये एक बड़ी एक्मा और ऑटो सेक्टर के लोगों के लिए बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी। एक्मा वार्षिक सत्र में न केवल बीते वर्ष एक्मा द्वारा हासिल उपलब्धियों का जश्न है, बल्कि एक ऐसा दिवस भी है जो हम उद्योग के समक्ष मौजूद चुनौतियों पर विचार करते हैं तो चर्चा करते हैं कि भविष्य के लिए कैसे तैयार हुआ जाए, और उस दृष्टि से हमारा मंत्रालय भी आपके साथ खड़ा रहता है। भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय ने कई ऐसी पहलें की हैं। हमने उन्नत बैटरी सेल के प्रोडक्शन लिंक स्कीम इंसेंटिव, जो PLI स्कीम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विशेष पहल पर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोडक्शन के फील्ड में ये जो की गई है, भारत सरकार ने जून 21 में ये स्कीम घोषित की थी। इस स्कीम का उद्देश्य नई पीढ़ी को उन्नत भंडारण प्रौद्योगिकी को बढ़ावा देना, इलेक्ट्रिक एनर्जी को इलेक्ट्रोकेमिकल अथवा केमिकल एनर्जी के रूप में सहेज सकें तथा ज़रूरत पड़ने से उसे फिर से इलेक्ट्रिक एनर्जी में रिसाइकलिंग करके परिवर्तित कर सकें। इस दिशा से ऑटोमेटिक उद्योग के लिए PLI की महत्वाकांक्षी स्कीम लॉन्च की गई। मुझे ये बताते हुए कि खुशी हो रही है कि जहां हमने एसी से सेक्टर में 18,100 करोड़ रुपए के प्रावधान माननीय मोदी जी की अगुवाई में PLI के अंतर्गत करके उसकी प्रक्रियाएं शुरू कर दी हैं, वहीं ऑटोमेटिव सेक्टर के इस संपूर्ण संवर्धन के लिए 57,000 करोड़ के परिव्यय अर्थात आउटले को निर्धारित किया गया है, जो कि अब तक के हिसाब से बहुत अधिक, सर्वाधिक है। फेम 2 में नई पीढ़ी के वाहनों और नई प्रौद्योगिकी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमारे मंत्रालय ने जो पहले की है, मैं आपको बताने में खुशी हो रही है। उसमें कोशिश है कि कार्बन फुटप्रिंट को जितना अधिक से अधिक कम कर सकें। हमारे भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय ने ऐसी स्कीम तैयार की जिसमें हाइब्रिड और इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के विनिर्माण एवं उन्हें अपनाए जाने में तेजी ला सके। वर्तमान में फेम इंडिया स्कीम का दूसरा चरण जारी है। फेम 2 नई पीढ़ी के वाहनों को नई प्रौद्योगिकियों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए उपाय कर रहे हैं। जो कोशिश हमारी है, हमारे मंत्रालय की, कि कार्बन फुटप्रिंट को जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कम किया जा सके। जो हमारे आदरणीय मोदी जी का मॉन्ट्रियल एस्पेक्ट में एक विजन उन्होंने भारत सरकार की तरफ से संप्रेषित किया। भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय ने एक ऐसी स्कीम तैयार की है जिससे हाइब्रिड और इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के विनिर्माण उन्हें अपनाए जाने में तेजी लाई जा सके, और उस पर काफ़ी हम आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। वर्तमान में फेम इंडिया स्कीम का दूसरा चरण जारी है, और जो 1 अप्रैल 2019 से हम लोगों ने शुरू किया, इसके लिए 10,000 करोड़ रुपए का बजटी सहयोग दिया जा रहा है। मुझे बताते हुए बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि जिसमें 7,090 ई बसों, 5 लाख ई 3 व्हीलरों, 55,000 ई 4 व्हीलर्स, पैसेंजर कारों और 10 लाख ई 2 व्हीलर्स को सहयोग देना है। ये भारत जैसे देश के लिए एक बहुत महत्वाकांक्षी योजना है। कार्बन उत्सर्जन कम करने की दिशा में, ग्रीन एनर्जी की दिशा में एक बड़े कदम उठाए गए। ई मोबिलिटी और बैटरी परफॉर्मेंस पर अनुसंधान में भारत सरकार के भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय ने एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम नेट ट्रिप इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सोसाइटी नेट्स गठित की। यह एक स्वायत्त निकाय है और इस निकाय में जो नेशनल ऑटोमेटिव टेस्टिंग एंड R&D एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट का क्रियान्वयन करता है, इसमें भी एक अच्छा खासा 3,227 करोड़ से अधिक का निवेश नेट्स को भारत के 7 स्थानों पर अत्याधुनिक ऑटोमेटिक परीक्षण केंद्र स्थापित करने का काम सौंपा गया है और इस काम में इंदौर आदि अनेक जगहों पर क्रांतिकारी पहले शुरू हो गई हैं। इस परियोजना का इरादा इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन परीक्षण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डिजाइन, सप्लाई, इंस्टॉलेशन और कमीशनिंग प्रशिक्षण तथा स्वीकार्यता में मदद देना। मुझे उद्योग जगत को इन सब बातों की जानकारी शेयर करने के साथ साथ मैं एक आग्रह रखना चाहूँगा। मेरे पास जो जानकारी है, मोदी जी का विजन है लोकल फॉर वोकल, उस पर उद्योग जगत इस समय तेजी से काम कर रहा है। स्थानीयकरण, ऑटो कंपोनेंट उद्योग के आयात महत्वपूर्ण है जिनके लिए काम करना होगा। मुझे खुशी है कि एकमा और सायम ने दोनों ही हाल में स्थानीयकरण के रोड मैप की घोषणा की है और मैं उद्योग जगत से आग्रह करता हूं कि इस जो भी ये कंसेप्ट है, इसके अध्ययन के सभी निष्कर्षों को जमीनी स्तर पर लागू करें और आप सब नई पीढ़ी की प्रौद्योगिकियों को ऑटो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक में निवेश मंत्रालय को जो ये अच्छी तरह से ध्यान है और उन्नत प्रौद्योगिकियों को ऑटो स्किल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के पीछे हम लेके चलना चाहते हैं। भारत में अनुसंधान और विकास की संस्कृति को हम बढ़ावा देना चाहते हैं। अनुसंधान और विकास पर उद्योग पर्याप्त व्यय नहीं कर रहे हैं, इसलिए अगर भविष्य में अवसरों का लाभ उठाना है तो उद्योग जगत को ये अपने सुनिश्चित उसको तय करना होगा कि अनुसंधान और विकास को से अपने बड़े खर्चे को बढ़ाना होगा, उस दिशा में अपनी पहल को बढ़ाना होगा, लोगों को कुशल बनाना। टेक्नोलॉजी में प्रगति के साथ ऑटोमेटिक उद्योग से जिस प्रकार से कौशल चाहिए उसमें भी परिवर्तन हो रहा है। उद्योग में कौशल के अंतर को दूर करने के लिए कंपनियों को अपने कर्मचारियों में निवेश करना होगा और ऐसे में एकमा के प्रयास और उसके सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस निश्चित तौर से बहुत ही कारगर हैं। मैं उनकी पहलों की सराहना करता हूं। जो भारत भर में क्लस्टर प्रोग्राम और कौशल से संबंधित कार्यक्रम चला रहा है, एकमा को इस काम के लिए बहुत बधाई और निश्चित तौर से आप अपने ये 61 जो 60वां आपका कन्वेंशन हो रहा है, आपका जो समारोह आपका है, इससे निश्चित तौर से आप एकमा के लोग एक अच्छा संदेश देंगे। आप अपने जो निष्कर्ष इस कन्वेंशन से, इस परिचर्चा से निकालेंगे, वो एकमा की आपकी संस्था के माध्यम से और इस ऑटो सेक्टर के क्षेत्र में, कंपोनेंट के क्षेत्र में बहुत ही कारगर और देश की समृद्धि के लिए और दुनिया में भारत के आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान को गति देने के लिए बहुत ही सहायक होगा। मैं इसके लिए अपनी शुभकामनाएं देते हुए एक बार पुनः आप सभी के प्रति आदर और सम्मान व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत सभी को नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी, आज आपने हमें इतना समय दिया। हम आपकी आशाओं पे खरे उतरेंगे, मैं आपको ऐसा आश्वासन देता हूँ। Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly to sum up what the minister told us, the minister in fact began by giving us a preview into the various policy changes that the government of India has undertaken to support the automotive industry and the auto component industry, including the two PLIs, the one on battery ACC and the one on the auto and the auto component industry. And he also mentioned to us about the changes in the FAME2 scheme that's propagating an electric mobility revolution in the country. The minister also acknowledged the contribution of ACMA to the industry, and he urged the industry, as the Prime Minister's vision is to go local for vocal, he urged the industry to localize and also to focus on R&D and transform itself to become an integral part of the EV revolution. This is very much in line with the thought process of ACMA, and this is indeed a thread that's running through this session today. You have heard speaker after speaker talk about this. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this session. Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you, Mr. Bhargav. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for being with us. We look forward to your constant support and guidance. We will now take a very short break for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 12:10. We are going to have a very, very exciting session next. We will unveil the study done on the theme of the ACMA annual session, and Dr. Pawan Goenka will give us expert comments. So please come back at 12:10. I'll be there to welcome you. Thank you.
Subrose has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost, with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. We are partners of possibility and missionaries of performance. In pursuit of perfection. Subrose, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our theme session, Living with Volatility, Survival, Revival and Growth. I request President ACMA to welcome our dignitaries for this session. Dr. Pavan Goenka, the chairperson of Scale Committee and former MD and CEO of Mahindra & Mahindra, as also Kavan Mukhtia, the partner and automotive leader at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Deepak.
Thanks, Vinny. Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed very delighted to welcome a very esteemed and distinguished thought leader, Dr. Pavan Goenka, in our theme session on living with volatility, survival, revival, and growth. Dr. Goenka, you've been my mentor and guide, and it's my profound privilege, sir, that you have been able to join our annual session today. Your contribution to our industry is well known, and especially in this crisis period, it has been more than exemplary. As the chairperson of the Committee for Advanced Local Value Add and Exports, popularly known as SCALE, under the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, you have been providing leadership to over 24 sectors today to become globally competitive. We in the components sector are particularly delighted as the auto components sector has been identified as a champion sector for exports. This indeed reflects your deep passion to support our industry and create a robust global automotive supply chain in India that can withstand the vagaries of time and live up to its full potential. We are eager for your message and direction to the industry. Welcome again, sir. Kavan, thank you for you and your team for engaging with us as a knowledge partner. I'm sure that we will take home valuable lessons from your incisive presentation. Once again, a hearty welcome to all our audience for joining in this theme session. And over to you, Vinny.
Thank you, Deepak. Kavan, the screen is yours. We are eagerly looking forward to the presentation on the theme of our event, Living with Volatility, looking for nuggets on survival, revival, and growth. So please go ahead. Yeah. Kavan, you're on mute. Unmute yourself, please. Yeah, go ahead. Audio नहीं आ रहा है. Kavan, can you try again? No. Shall we switch to Dr. Goenka?
Hello?
Yeah, now we can hear. Go ahead, Kavan. No, Kavan. Kavan, we'll sort this out. Dr. Goenka, can I have your address?
No, but my address draws from Kavan, so it will be a bit out of place if I went before Kavan.
Understand, we had planned it that way. Yeah, just this happens. We are living in a VUCA world.
Okay, so if he's not able to fix it, I will come in.
Wait for a second. Let us just see if he does it. Kavan, can you speak again? Yeah. Dr. Goenka, we always come to you in times of crisis.
Okay, all right. I will come in first. What I will do is that the portion that I was going to draw from Kavan's presentation, I'll probably do it in two parts. I'll do my other part first and then come back for commenting on what Kavan is going to be covering. Okay? Is that all right? So again, thank you very much, Deepak and Vinny, for inviting me yet again to be a speaker at the ACMA annual convention. I have lost count of how many times I have spoken in this convention. I always look forward to it. For me personally, between last convention and today, there is a significant change that I have become from insider of the industry to a well-wisher of the industry. And again, thankful that even after not being insider, you invited me to come and talk to this gathering. Over the 27 years that I have worked in the industry in India, I have had close interactions with ACMA members, with Mahindra suppliers very intensely over the various product developments that we have worked on. Mahindra supplier meets, I have welcomed you about 17 or 18 times. And during my speeches in ACMA and Mahindra supplier meet, I have coaxed you, I have nudged you many times for various things that we have talked about even today by previous speakers. And I have done that because you had given me a license to be provocative. And if any time during these times I have crossed the line, I do beg your apology for that. Lot has changed in the industry in the years that I have been associated with the industry in India for 27 years. Technology, the sort of design, and many other things. But three things that I am most proud of in terms of changes that have happened. The first one is how much we have moved in quality from where we were in late 90s to where we are today. And as Mr. Bhargav said that, yes, there is still some distance to go, but it's a tremendous progress. The second thing is how much we are able to do product development in India, both at the supplier level and at the OEM level. I remember the days of mid-90s when we could hardly do anything. And again, there is some distance to cover, but we have come a long ways. But the third thing, which is the most important thing for today's gathering, is how our supplier ecosystem has evolved over these 25 years. Again, going back to mid-90s to where we are. I think Indian supplier base today can rub shoulders with anyone in the world and can compete with anyone in the world. And I thank you all ACMA members for making our supplier ecosystem to become world-class, to become global. And there's no way Indian auto industry could have become a global industry without the supplier base becoming what it is today. Now, as a well-wisher of the industry, I will always continue to serve the industry as long as ACMA and SIAM members want me to be involved. And on a lighter vein, since now I don't have to be concerned about delivering anything, I can be more aggressive in talking about what the industry should be doing, because I know that you have to deliver and I have to only talk, and talking is always cheap. Before I go on to my speech, I saw this morning a double spread advertisement of XUV 700 with 36 of our global suppliers being recognized in that advertisement. I do not know if Rajesh and Vijay had planned it to coincide with the annual convention or annual meeting today, but if it's a coincidence, it's a nice coincidence that it happened today. I would like to personally thank these suppliers who I worked with very closely during development of XUV 700 over 3-4 years. And really, all of you have worked very hard to bring out a product that India will be proud of. I have no doubt about it. Many of you would have driven the vehicle now. This is not a plug for XUV 700. It's just as an outgoing MD of the company, a thank you to all the suppliers for having worked with us so closely for this product and the other products. Now, is Kavan ready now? No, not yet. Okay. So last year we had talked about shaping a new normal, and all of us were looking at COVID situation, and about this time we were thinking that we are just about getting out of it. Year before, actually, I had talked about in my speech about how slowdown is not a terrible thing to waste. And at that time, we had no idea that COVID is going to be upon us and how we have to manage the present without mortgaging the future. And I would like to think that the industry, including supply industry, has done extremely well in managing very difficult times that we have faced since March 2020. In fact, I think we have battled much more than we could imagine at any given point of time. In the last 12 months, while we thought that we'd probably be completely out of it, last 12 months actually have brought in some new challenges from supply chain side, the chip shortage that at this time last year we were not at all expecting to be a problem. commodity price increases, freight increases, geopolitical situation, and of course the second wave of COVID that we were not expecting when we were talking at this time last year. So I'd like to applaud the industry for having managed all of these things remarkably well. But for the chip shortage, I think we will be over all the problems very shortly, and I hope the chip shortage comes under control, and then I think we will not be looking back at all. I think worst is behind us, and we will move forward with resilience. Now, I'm the 7th or 8th speaker here today, and by that time, almost everything that's worth talking about has been talked about. So I would probably end up repeating a few things that have been said by previous speakers today and somewhat yesterday also. Now, I was going to do it in two parts. The first part was to draw upon from what Kavan was going to be covering in his speech of living with volatility, survival, revival, and growth, which was the theme of today. It will not be fair on my part to flash his slides because I was going to flash some of his slides. So if we could put on the slide, but skip the first 4 slides that were taken from Kavan's presentation, first 5 slides. Can you flash the slides, please? Go back to previous slide. I think I'll just cover that. Go back to previous slide, previous one before. Okay, this slide probably will be a little bit out of place without having built the background from Kavan's presentation. But I thought I'll talk about it now. The term that I wanted to introduce today, after listening to Kavan and after listening to the various framework that he was presenting on volatility, on survival, on revival, and on growth. And I was thinking yesterday, actually, that what does it all sum up to? And a word that came to my mind, which I had heard previously, but doesn't get talked about too much, is anti-fragile. The industry needs to be anti-fragile. Now, anti-fragile is a word, I don't know if you have heard this before. It's been around since 2012, but not used a lot. And I'll read the definition of it. Some things or businesses benefit from shocks. They thrive and grow when exposed to volatility, randomness, disorder, and stressors, and love adventure, risk, and uncertainty. Anti-fragility is beyond resilience or robustness. The resilient resist shock and stay the same, but anti-fragile gets better. So this is how I would like to see our industry, the auto component industry and auto OEM industry, to be anti-fragile. With every shock that we have, we come out stronger than before. And I think we demonstrated that in the last 3 or 4 slowdowns that we have had. And I also see the making of that happening with the COVID crisis that we have had also. And again, without Kavan's presentation, it becomes a little bit out of place for me to say this, and perhaps it will become clearer once you read Kavan's presentation to see why I'm saying what I'm saying. So one word, the takeaway for ACMA members today is that we need to make our industry anti-fragile. Now I move to part 2 of what I was going to talk about, which is the Atmanirbhar Bharat. As Deepak mentioned in the introduction, that I have been working with the Government of India, next slide please, Government of India, Ministry of Commerce and DPIIT on the scale committee, where our focus is how do we increase value add in India, manufacturing value add in India in different sectors. Now I'm borrowing from my presentation last year when I had talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat and given a definition for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And as I said last year, I'm just repeating from it, Atmanirbhar is first to take pride in what we do and what our country does. It is about not being dependent on any other country for our needs. It is about removing all our business disabilities. It is about being world-class in our product and service offerings. It is about innovation, developing technology, and creating a pull for our offerings. It's about inviting all the global companies to come and make in India for the world. And what it is not is an exclusionary or isolationist approach towards trade and investment. It is not about manufacturing without building competencies and without having internal competitiveness. It is not about stalling imports completely. And I think this is something that sometimes gets misunderstood or misinterpreted as to what Atmanirbhar Bharat is. But I would like to say that one very important thing that we have to keep in mind, that while we welcome all import, while we welcome investments, our markets, Indian markets, must add value to our economy. And this is something that we have to look at when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Can I go to the next slide, please? Now, again, I am bringing this from last year's presentation. I had put down 5 thought provokers during the presentation. The first one was, can we and should we delink from imports completely? And the answer that I had given was absolutely not. No way we can think about an economy that is delinked from global economy, that is delinked from import. And there's no way we can do everything on our own efficiently and effectively. But the question to ponder is that the auto industry, which is one of the most Atmanirbhar industry in India, and it is acknowledged by everyone that auto industry has done extremely well in becoming self-reliant in India. Even this industry, for industry size of just over $100 billion, imports $25 billion of components today. So the question is that do we really need to import $25 billion worth of components? Now, this has been talked about earlier by Amitabh Kant, by Mr. Bhargav. And if you look at what we are importing, I see no reason why India needs to import glass, bearings, castings, wheel rims, and components like that. And I also see that we are not doing enough in advanced technology components. We don't make any automatic transmission. We don't make sensors. We don't make any ADAS equipment, though, of course, that is new. We have very little value addition in infotainment. We don't make too many EV parts. We don't even make sunroofs, which are gaining popularity in India. And so therefore, we obviously need to introspect as component industry on, while we don't want delink from import, but is there room for significant reduction in what we are importing and how much we are importing? And obviously, the industry has taken a target of going down by about 25% from $25 billion. That target we need to achieve in the next 2 to 3 years. The second question that I had posed was, do we have right to get a sizable share of global value chain in auto components? Now, the question here is that while we talk about Indian automotive component industry being mature, being very high quality, having competitive cost, but yet there's an hesitation from all the multinational suppliers who have a large presence in India to use India as part of their global value chain. Now, for us to really become the 5% export that Mr. Bhargav talked about, participant in the global trade, we have to become part of the global value chain for large multinational automotive suppliers, because otherwise we will not be able to get to that level. And we need to question, what is it? What is a disabler that stops the multinationals from using India as part of the global value chain? Why is it, I had asked this question last time, why is it that none of them have a mother plant in India from where they export to the world? And while there are multiple mother plants in China and even in other Southeast Asian countries. And rather than asking them the question, we in India need to ask ourselves the question as to why they're not finding it appropriate or desirable or a pull for doing so. And the KL committee has looked at this in a large measure, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide also. Now, third one is, can we become a global hub for shared mobility EVs? Now, EVs obviously are the hottest subject right now. A lot of it was talked about yesterday. Mr. Amitabh Kant, even yesterday and today again, made it very clear that EVs are here to stay, and those who don't participate in it will probably be losing out on a growth potential. But from last time or last year when we were talking, at that time the average monthly sale of passenger vehicles was about 200 electric. Now, after 1 year, it's 500. 500 vehicles per month we are selling after talking about electric vehicles for 4 to 5 years. 500 after having 5% GST, after having FAME benefit. That's 0.3%, less than 0.3% of our monthly sales that we have. And at this pace, I don't think we'll be able to achieve the aspirations that we have for the electric vehicles in a country, and we will lose out on a very, very big opportunity for India to become global in one sub-segment of automotive industry. And the opportunity for localizing, we have talked about quite a bit, is there, but it's not going to happen in the way we are progressing today. There are two things that I believe need to happen. One is that OEMs have to nurture local suppliers. It is very easy and convenient for all of us to source from outside for EV components because it's something new, something that has not been developed in India. We were in the same boat 30 years ago when it came to other components. We are in that situation today for electric vehicles, and OEMs have to go out of their way, nurture the suppliers, local suppliers, and develop expertise in India. And also suppliers have to invest before demand. If you all keep waiting for when the demand will happen, by the time demand happens, it is too late. You have missed the bus because somebody else is supplying from China or a Korea or a Japan, and the OEMs won't easily switch over from that to Indian suppliers. So this is one of the biggest opportunity that we have, and one of the biggest concern that I have, that we are not moving fast enough on electric vehicles in spite of everybody wanting for it to happen, and everybody saying it's just around the corner. The fourth question I had asked was, when and how do we become truly global? I'd mentioned last year that there's only one supplier from India who is in top 50. And I would like to think that we need to think big. We need to think some of the supplier groups, can they become in top 50 in the world? Can we target that 5 out of 50 will be coming from India, of the Indian sort of base in about 8 to 10 years time from now? And this will require organic as well as inorganic growth. It will require a lot of things that again have been talked about in the past, and I won't repeat any of those. And the last question that I asked was, do we have the mindset to be Atmanirbhar? And I think this is all about grit. This is all about an inner desire that India has to become Atmanirbhar, and I, no matter who I am, whatever I am doing, I am going to contribute to it. Now, again, sometimes to become Atmanirbhar, we have to move away from the most convenient, most comfortable route to run our business to something that is a little bit more challenging, that is more work required. But again, remember that the Indian auto industry has a strong supply base today. Because without knowing the word Atmanirbhar, without knowing the word self-reliant, OEMs and suppliers work together for the last 25, 30 years to come to where we are today. We have to do the same thing. We have to do the same thing and go to the next sort of plateau of being Atmanirbhar. We'll have to make some short-term compromises. The OEMs may end up paying a little bit higher price for a short while if they're going to become Atmanirbhar. The suppliers may have to let go of profit for a couple of years if they're going to start making in India what we are currently importing. But without that grit, we will remain stuck where we are. And I think if auto industry doesn't lead the way, then India probably will find it very difficult to become truly Atmanirbhar. Because everybody, believe me, when I'm looking at working on the scale committee, this is one thing that I have come to realize, which I didn't know when I was just associated with the auto industry, is that manufacturing industry looks up to automotive industry in leading the path to become self-reliant. They believe that no other industry has achieved the kind of self-reliance that we have achieved, and therefore we need to now go to the next plateau while others come to where we are today. Next slide, please. So in the scale committee, since Deepak talked about it, I'll just take a little bit from that. For becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have talked about 3 legs, which are very obvious, no rocket science: increasing export, reducing import, and increasing domestic consumption. Now, as far as ACMA members are concerned, increasing domestic consumption will more or less rely on increasing the sales of vehicles in India, and probably more of a responsibility of the auto OEMs. And yesterday's conference, the SIAM annual convention, was more or less about that, on how to become, how to have a bigger growth, higher growth in the industry. The numbers that I put down in the slide are not for automotive, but they're general for manufacturing, and therefore read those numbers that way. Like we have said, target 9% growth in domestic consumption from current level of 7%. I think in auto industry, 9% is not going to be sufficient. Auto industry has to grow 12-13% every year for the next 8 to 10 years. And Mr. Bhargav also mentioned that in his speech. The second thing is about reducing import, which is a target to reduce 2/3 over 5 years. And I'll come to auto industry in a minute. And third is engaging export, again, target to double manufacturing export over 5 years. And we believe that if you look at the 24 sectors that the scale committee is looking at, there's a potential to add $350 to $380 billion of incremental value add in manufacturing over a period of 5 to 8 years. Next slide, please. So I'm going to summarize what I have said in an action plan for automotive industry for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Some of it I've covered in a few minutes ago. Some of it I'm taking from other speeches that have happened yesterday and today. So the first one is OEMs and suppliers have to work together to make advanced technology components in India. Today, as I said earlier, we are importing automatic transmission completely, sunroof, sensors, infotainment components and everything. And I think India now has this scale for the advanced technology components. Earlier, if you talked 5 years ago, 7 years ago, we didn't have a scale. Okay, there was a lot of SKD that was happening in India. India has now become virtually fully manufactured in India, or CKD, very little SKD. And therefore, there clearly is opportunity for advanced technology components. And whether Indian suppliers with Indian origin do on their own, or whether multinationals localize it in India, not so important, but we must start doing advanced technology components in India. And I can tell you, as Deepak knows, as Vinny knows, that MHI is putting a lot of emphasis right now. And in the PLI scheme also, they're looking ways and means to see how we can support advanced technology components becoming local. The second one is EV industry, to aggregate inputs to get scale in India. Now, our EV volumes are very small. If everybody starts developing their own components and goes to different suppliers, we will never get a scale to be justify localization. It's important that the OEMs come together and aggregate the demand for components so that we have enough scale in India. And that goes to for many things, not just for EV industry, but for electronics also. Same thing applies. And here I'm really concerned, as I said earlier, that there's too much import happening, and there's not enough thrust being put on making it local. Now, the argument given is that our volume is too small. Yes, that is true. Our volume is too small. But if we don't start today, we will miss the bus when the volume becomes large. So this is one of my biggest sort of concern. I'm repeating what I said a few minutes ago. Third one is Indian suppliers to invest in R&D and quality process to win overseas business. And when I'm saying win overseas business, I'm not talking about getting some 10 million, 15 million, $20 million worth of component supply for someone. I'm talking about big wins. If we are going to become a significant player, and Mr. Bhargav has given the number that we are exporting $15 billion worth out of 1.3 trillion trade of auto component, which is only about 1.3%. If you're going to become really big, we have to have big strikes. We cannot be happy with small incremental new volume or export volume to come in. And undoubtedly, R&D and quality processes will be extremely important to win big businesses. Now, the fourth item, again, I alluded to earlier, but this is very important. This is my appeal to all the multinational suppliers who have large businesses in India. And I have met with few of you separately to understand what it will take for you to start using India as a part of your global value chain and start exporting from India. And many of you have shown an inclination to do that and have talked about some impediments that you see. And again, in the scale committee, we are trying to look at those things and see how we can remove those impediments to incentivize you to start using India as a global value chain, because I think that will be the fastest way for India to grow its component export from India. The fifth item, again, I have talked to some of the global OEMs separately on how they can use India as a sourcing base for components for global consumption. And right now, though many of the many of the OEMs, global OEMs, have IPOs in India, and there is some sourcing in India. But again, I think it doesn't do justice to the ability that Indian supplier base has of supplying from India. There are many components where prices from India will be 15%, 12% cheaper than their current sources, but yet the global OEMs are not sourcing enough from India. And again, when I talk to the OEMs, they have talked to me about the constraints, concerns that they have, and we are trying to work on those and see if we can resolve that through the scale committee. And of course, catch-all statement, made in India vehicles to be globally competitive. And when I say globally competitive, it is not just in cost, but in technology, in quality, in design. We have to be very competitive, and current level of export that we have from India, we should not be happy with whether these are cars made by Indian OEMs or by global OEMs, but the current level of export is very small. So next slide, please. So this is my last slide, where I just want to, this is borrowed from my scale committee presentation that I made last week in Delhi. And this is the recommendation that we have made to the government. And again, it's not specific to auto industry, it is overall for the 24 sectors that we're looking at. We need to look at 5 disabilities that India has, and this was specifically done for export, that India has for not being able to export to its full potential. The first one is cost of doing business. And the factors that contribute to it is in many industries. Auto is not one of them. India doesn't have large enough scale, but of course, in some components, India doesn't have large enough scale, and the industry needs to invest in scale. And this is perhaps a complaint that the government has from the industry, that industry is not investing enough, and they're waiting for demand before they invest in capacity, and therefore we get into a catch-22. The second one is factor cost that India has in terms of land cost, power cost, capital cost, and again, government is quite appreciative of these disabilities and trying to see what can be done, though there is no easy solution for it. The third one is infrastructure efficiency and logistic cost. It's well known that India's average logistic cost is 13%, whereas the global average is 8%. And a lot of work is happening right now on how we can bring it down from 13% level to 8%. The fourth one is labor productivity and skills, flexible labor policy. A lot of it has to be done by the industry itself. Some of it has to be done by the government. And finally, strengthening MSME sector. And this is where ACMA plays a big, huge role, because a large number of your members are MSME, the tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers, how to carry them along, how to bring them up in quality, in technology, in processes, and delivery. All of that becomes very important. ACMA has done an excellent job in that, if I could say that. The second item was ease of doing business. A lot of progress has happened, but we believe that there is still a lot of room before we can call ourselves a country where doing business is as easy as in many other developed countries or many other even emerging countries. Third one is market access through FTAs and PTAs. Won't spend too much time, but you are well aware that India does not have too many favorable FTAs. And more often than not, export from India attracts higher import duty in the destination country than many other countries. Fourth is technology and quality competitiveness, R&D and innovation. Required, again, enough talked about it, so I won't repeat. And finally, brand India for manufacturing. This is something that we are aware that we need to have a stronger manufacturing brand outside India. And we have talked about that quite a bit, and government is working on it. So if you can remove the slide, I'll just wrap up. So as I've said multiple times today and even before, that the Indian auto industry has the aspiration, Indian component industry has the ability to really become Atmanirbhar. We need the OEMs, the suppliers, and the government to work together. And I think in the last 12, 18 months, we clearly see that that happening and a lot more close cooperation between suppliers and OEMs and the government of India. Indian auto industry had a dream run from 2002 to 2015-16. And I think it's time for us to sort of start the second wave of that dream run from 2021 to 2034. And also to realize that what got us here will not get us there. The industry has to become, using the word that I started with, anti-fragile, and become stronger with each shock that we get. We have to chart a new path where quality and technology are going to be our ticket to ride and not mere labor cost arbitrage. The government of India recognizes that auto industry is a very important pillar of economic growth. Yes, we may have some complaints, some concerns about government's actions, but overall there is a strong appreciation for Indian auto industry. And working with the government, I have no doubt that Indian auto industry can become one of the strongest pillars, the strongest pillar of Indian economic growth. So again, I thank you for inviting me to the ACMA annual meeting. As usual, always enjoy, but of course, looking at some photographs doesn't do justice. And I hope that next year we'll be able to physically meet. While virtual is very good for efficiency, but I haven't met any of you for 18 months. And I would love to meet you guys as quickly as we're able to travel. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Goenka. That was really superb. I must say that you keep pushing us very hard.
Now I can do it much better because I don't have to deliver, as I said earlier.
Not just that. Oh, that's fun. I must say that, we thought we had arrived, we were resilience, and now you are saying you need to be beyond resilience, you have to be anti-fragile, but we take that challenge and we will not disappoint you. And thank you so much for the very pertinent message talking about the industry to focus on advanced technologies, to aggregate demand for electric mobility, to have scales, urging the multinationals to make India integral to their supply chain, asking IPOs and multinational to source more from India. Indeed, these are the steps that will make us Atmanirbhar, and also for talking to us about addressing factors of production in cost of doing business, addressing ease of doing business, addressing challenges in the FTAs, focusing again on R&D and technology, and last but not the least, brand building. And of course, quality and technology have to be the pillars on which our competitiveness will be built on. So thank you so much, sir. I'm sure Kavan is very nervous now after having heard you. So Kavan, I sort of hope you've regained your lost voice, and let's have you on.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well, yeah.
Okay, finally. So, I think that was crisis management live, and, really, this was something which was totally unexpected. But let me start off with my presentation. Firstly, I would like to thank, ACMA leadership for giving PwC the opportunity to work on this very, very interesting study and be your knowledge partners. So I would like to thank President Deepak Jain, Vice President Sanjay Kapoor, and Director General Vinny. Thank you very much. So as we met together with the ACMA leadership, and we were brainstorming that, what really should be the objective of this study. So we came up with 3 very clear questions that we were looking for answers. First and foremost, what is the reason we are seeing so much of demand volatility? And is this volatility just because of the pandemic, or are we really looking at this being a long-term thing? Second question was, how are companies really coping with this volatility? How are they navigating through this journey? And are there certain best practices that we can uncover, which we can then share with the industry at large and help them deal with this, volatility? And the last question was really is there a framework or a tool that we can capture these best practices in and share it with the industry so that it helps us prepare for this level of volatility? So over the next 25 minutes or so, I will walk you through some of the findings of our study. And this study was done over the last 2 months. It involved a very comprehensive review of global trends, brainstorming internally with ACMA leadership, with industry participants. I would also like to thank all the industry CXO leaders, both on the OEM as well as component supplier side, who participated in this study and had discussions with us. So what we are sharing is an extract of the full report, and you do have access to the full report. You can download it from this event site. And the full report talks about 20 best practices that we've been able to uncover as we spoke to and discussed with various industry participants. So with that, let me dive straight into the slide. So one thing which very clearly comes out, and Mr. Ashwani Gupta talked about it as well, the traditional thinking or the design principles in the automotive industry was really about stability. You have a clear demand plan and you try and match up supply with demand, you optimize your inventory and bring as much stability and predictability as you can. But unfortunately or fortunately, this paradigm is shifting completely. And we are going to see a period of volatility. And as can be seen from this chart, we mapped out the last 10 years and how it mapped out for the auto industry in India. And you can see there were peaks and troughs. And in our own assessment, this was a combination of various factors. For example, we had the shift to BS6 very recently, a regulatory change. We had, the tariff war. I would say that's a geopolitical impact. We also have climate concerns and, things that go with that. Now we have the chip shortage, supply chain constraints linked to, whatever happened with the pandemic. This and many such factors, as has been brought out in this slide, will continue to impact the automotive industry. And we feel that the reason this volatility will continue over the next many years is there is a convergence of many of these factors happening at the same time. And this is what is really causing the volatility. So the answer to our first question really as part of this study was that the volatility will continue and therefore the industry must adapt and respond to it. Moving to the next slide. So what are the causes? What are the real reasons for this volatility? First and foremost, the geopolitical environment that we are living in is very different. It's a different world order and there is pulls and push between the East and the West. And, we were at a point in time where globalization reached its nadir. And now, in many ways, we are swinging to the other end of the pendulum with every country talking about nationalism, localization, making supply chains shorter. The impact of FTAs, I think that is really playing out in a big way. We talked about regulations. Recently, ESG, or environment, societal, and governance, has becoming a top priority at the boardroom level for CEOs around the world. The climate concern is really now not something which is a nice thing to do or a responsible business activity. It is the fundamentals of running business. And I think in that context, regulations for the auto industry, given that we are considered a polluting industry, are only going to get more stringent. Of course, we had the shift from BS4 to BS6. We saw it was quite a challenging one, but we did exceedingly well in standing up to that challenge. Now we have talks about the CAFE norms coming through. And, of course, on the safety side with NCAP, product recall, the RDE. And then there are investment related policies. We talked about how Mr. Khan talked about how scrappage policy has been announced, the PLI is in the works, the road TEP. All these regulatory changes are, of course, going to have an impact on your business and the dynamics with which the supply chain will have to deal with the OEM. Of course, there are other key factors like business model changes, shifting consumer preferences, supply chain bottlenecks, and at the same time technology changes. I'd like to spend a few minutes on what really are these big technology changes. One big thing that we are anticipating as 5G gets rolled out in the Indian environment, you are going to see vehicles getting even more connected and more value being delivered through the vehicles. And you are going to see, data monetization being a great opportunity for automotive OEMs, where the industry will converge in many ways with the technology world. Of course, Mr. Gupta also talked about how digital and digitization is table stakes now. On the right hand side of this slide, I will not go into every technology that is out there, but what is also happening is the kind of consumer technologies we see in our home environment are going to come in and collide with the automotive industry. For example, with 5G coming in, you can have high stream video and content streaming within your vehicle. Is that a real opportunity? How are OEMs planning to play in that sense? And what new suppliers will come in? So these forces, when they come together, are creating great amounts of volatility. Going forward to the next slide. Clearly in this environment, while volatility will continue, our study shows that there is complete consensus. The next few years are going to be a year of rapid growth for the auto industry. Of course, the first phase will be recovery, but thereupon, over the next decade, we expect that the auto industry in India will continue in a growth mode. But yet, that will be accompanied with volatility. And one of the differences that we see this time from the years of past is that you are not really going to have a year of what we call a survival year, where you just sit quietly, not invest, and then wait for things to improve and get into a revival and the growth mode. We expect that these three states will coexist at the same time. And let me explain what we mean here. Different parts of the value chain may be in one of these three boxes. And the tough thing for leadership is, how do you really make decisions on investment while in some part of the business you are cutting costs and letting people go and maybe deferring investments? So I think this is really one of the challenges in the context of which we looked at this whole best practices. And as we spoke to companies and discussed with many of them, we picked 6 best practices that I want to highlight in my presentation today. But moving forward, what are some of the things that one needs to focus on? Can I have the next slide, please? So first and foremost, and now I'm talking about the phase survival or a state of survival, I think the most important best practice that came out is you do need a very robust financial prudence mechanism, ability to really monitor your numbers very closely and then make decisions based on that. Risk management in the past was looked at as one of the hygiene factors, but now this is fundamentals of how one needs to run your business. You need to constantly monitor what are the new risks that are emerging. And at the same time, it's a good story as well, because as you monitor this risk, you will also find certain opportunities that one needs to act on. Break-even point reduction came out as a clear priority when it comes to the survival state. And most companies that we spoke to said that they do have targeted campaigns within their organization to reduce their fixed cost and reduce the break-even points and look at new ways of manufacturing the products. And I think in that context, a stronger relationship with the suppliers became even more important, because that gives you the flexibility to scale up and scale down depending on the demand patterns. One of the interesting things that came up in a discussion, and we have a quote on the right-hand side from when we spoke to CXO at an auto OEM, that going forward for suppliers, ability to manage volatility and business continuity is really going to be a differentiating capability. I think this was never in the equation in the past. And what the pandemic and the volatility has done is that auto OEMs have realized that it's not just about cost. It's about getting the right partner who has the ability to handle volatility. And that comes through by really partnering well with your tier 2 and tier 3 as well, as was mentioned by Mr. Bhargav as well as other speakers. Moving forward, one of the best practices that we want to really highlight here is about, next slide please, about how one of the companies that we spoke to was having a very robust finance function, and how they invested in transforming their finance function to really become a real-time business partner. And what did they do? They used technology. On the bottom of this slide, you can see two triangles. The first one is the traditional model of handling finance, where most of the effort and focus was on accounting and on recording the right transactions. Going forward, what you need from the finance function is a lot of deep insights, a lot of data mining and help in making decisions. You want real-time fast data so that you can make decisions and respond to the market requirement. Another clear thing that we found out as a best practice, companies that have invested in professionalizing their finance function and really not considering it as an ownership function, but more of a fiduciary function and a business partnership functions, have done well. And our suggestion to ACMA members at large and supplier community is to really focus on making your finance function very robust, because this is what is going to help you during the survival stage. Moving forward into the next slide, please. We had another best practice, very interesting, and I think this has never happened in the past, and it's about competition or co-competition and collaboration. And this is a great hedge when you're looking at survival. And we found one of the companies, of course, facilitated by their OEMs, they actually collaborated with their direct competitors. And they shared assets, or they shared their fixed assets, and cross-leverage some of the efforts. And this is one of the best practice that we want to highlight globally when we spoke to PwC Global Network as well. This is an emerging trend where seemingly direct competitors are willing to collaborate and share technology and create almost like a hedge against the volatility that is out there. Moving to the next slide, and now we will move to the stage which we call revival. With a survival mindset, one of the downside is very easily you can get in a very defensive frame of mind and stop investing. But what we found is that the leading companies did a great job in dealing with these two states at the same time. For example, one of the leading companies said that as the pandemic happened and the volatility increased, rather than deferring their digital investments, they actually preponed it. And what they were planning to do in the next 6 to 7 years, they accomplished in the next 1 year. And that's helped them, really invest in revival. And as things are now moving forward, they are able to do a lot more with high levels of productivity. Another key thing that came out is when you were living in an environment which was very stable, I think working with average talent was okay. But as the extent of complexity is growing in the auto industry, then clearly you need a different quality of talent, especially in your leadership team. And we found that, one of the things that companies did really well in this tough time is and helped in to build and nurture the talent pool and really show them the bigger picture. Another example is how do you really go about, developing new products at the time of downtime and use that time to really build new products as we go along. So we'll pick two best practices from this section as well. Next slide, please. First best practice, when on one hand you want to attract the best talent that is out there, and at the same time you have the cost pressure. So how do you really do this? And what we found, one of the companies that we spoke to, and few of the other companies that have done this, is to really identify who are your top 2 or 3% of the leadership team, or the top talent that you want to reward and are part of your strategic talent pool. And let's create mechanisms to reward this talent pool. And what was felt is that income alone will not be enough to really attract and retain this talent pool. So there wants to be a open-mindedness in terms of considering options like stock options and wealth creation options. And we see around the world, and even in India, we are seeing startups, who are, actively using this, and that has really made the talent pool very enthusiastic. Then you have the middle layer, which is really the bulk, and you want to make sure that these guys are productive, and therefore their compensation and remuneration should be linked to productivity. And then the third layer, which is doing more monotonous tasks, and of course that's a crucial layer as well. There the company strategy was, how can I bring greater automation, how can I bring greater levels of invest in robotics, etc., and then try and minimize or reduce the cost there. And they were also open to talent refresh in this environment. So we thought that this framework was really good and effective in pushing this forward. Moving to best practice number 4. Conscious of time, I'll move a little bit faster here. What we found, this company did exceedingly well in MSME, which anticipated customer demand really well. And in anticipation of a revival, they used the downtime when there was zero revenues and they were all locked up. Rather than sending their workforce back to their native place, they retained them in their facility and focused on new product development. They focused on getting a prototype done. And now when things are reviving, they are able to leverage that new product to drive growth. Moving forward into the growth phase, I think a lot has been talked about in terms of case and its impact. Can I have the next slide, please? Case and its impact. What we also need to talk about is, and Dr. Goenka mentioned this, that innovation is something that needs to happen, and it has to happen at a low cost and rapidly. And we believe that, clearly, startups can play a very crucial role in this. And as we spoke to the various companies and as part of our study, it came up very clearly that engagement with startup is a big priority for the supplier community as well as auto OEMs. And we feel that as we do this, definitely there will be need to bring greater talent pool within the organization. And one thing which also came up very clearly is that auto industry and auto component industry in particular needs to embark on the journey of professionalizing their leadership a little bit further and empowering their top leaders to make decisions. Because if we have over centralization with growing complexity and a lot of volatility, it can become quite difficult to be fast in the market. Moving forward to the next slide, we also looked at another best practice where we said that how do you really plan capital expenditure in such volatility? Because I am suddenly reading news in the morning that, hey, COVID numbers are spiking in some of my big consumption states. How should I react? Should I go ahead and then make investments which are for the longer term? One of the best practice that we picked is nobody knows what's going to happen, but for sure the best way to approach it is to do detailed scenario planning and look at your manufacturing and footprint investments in the context of which direction the future is headed and what kind of possibilities exist. What we also found is one way to deal with volatility is to make sure that you do have enough reserves. So as you are making the investments, it's coming from your reserves rather than, the money that you need for survival. Moving to best practice number 6. Next slide, please. And that's where we would like to highlight that a lot of companies, including OEMs, have realized that maybe some of the disruptive ideas that they need to excel in the market and to prepare for case need not necessarily be in-house. And therefore, there is a lot of emphasis on open innovation. Open innovation should involve engaging with startup community, with the academia, at the same time, driving open innovation within your own organization. How can I harness ideas which are out of the box and, channelize them towards, making them real and commercializing them? So investing in startups, as I mentioned, has been a big priority. And in fact, ACMA and PwC have launched a program together where we are, 2-3 months into this journey of helping ACMA members engage with the startups, and a lot of interesting ideas are coming from this discussion. Moving forward. So what does this all mean? And like I said, we had the third question was, can we put this whole best practice together in some kind of framework that can help the industry as they look at dealing with volatility? And we brainstormed and came up with this acronym, that is SafeNet. So we would like to say that navigating through volatility can be achieved if you focus and make this as the fundamentals of your design principles of your organization. S stands for strong. To handle volatility, no way you can handle it if you are operating on wafer thin margins, you have high debt equity, you don't have the ability to take a shock. So you really have to prepare to be strong and anticipate that yes, there will be shocks along the way. Yes, you will have a new customer coming in, and maybe they will prefer to go for your competitor. So you need to prepare for that rainy day and make sure that we build enough reserves. A for agile. Companies will have to know and have to be agile to really approach the market and handle this effectively. F for flexible. We won't be able to achieve the goals of surviving and thriving in volatility if we are not flexible at all. I'd like to spend a minute on network. I think this came up very clear message in all the leading companies that we spoke to, that now even more than before, working on your network is super important. And when we say network, we talk both about suppliers and customers. If you are just one of the suppliers for your key assets, then your business is going to be at risk. And you really need to reflect how you want to change that so that you have strategic partners both on the supplier as well as the customer side. E for enthusiastic. We've seen that companies with limited resource did exceedingly well when they had an enthusiastic and charged up team. And I think we should not underestimate the power of harnessing this talent. And T for technology enabled. We do need to continuously invest both in operating technology as well as in IT technology, because that is what is going to help us improve our productivity and increase our throughput without really adding as much to the cost. And we saw many examples of companies who are already doing this very effectively at that. And what we encourage companies as a next step is that sit with this with your team, and you may download our detailed report which explains further details of SafeNet and how one should approach it. Do a self-assessment of how good you are on this framework, how ready you are for the next big volatility, both upside and downside, and make a task force, I would say, on how can you really coexist with these three states, preparing for survival, revival, and growth at the same time. So with that, thank you very much for your patient listening. And once again, I apologize for the technical glitch. And I also apologize to Dr. Goenka. Sorry for putting you in a spot, sir. But hopefully, this presentation and our findings was, more than made up for it. Thank you very much.
We are a team, so and we can overcome. We always overcome. So this is wonderful. Thank you so much. And I loved your presentation. You covered forces that are creating volatility, backed it with a lot of case studies, and talked to us about best practices, usage of technology, leveraging technology, co-opetition, leadership, change in leadership roles, or reorganizing and reinventing people, scenario planning, and of course engaging with startups for disruptive ideas. And I'm sure the slide on SafeNet will be remembered, because a lot of lessons for the industry in a nutshell. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for this session. Dr. Goenka, thank you so much for the profound advice that you have for the industry. And I must mention that, ladies and gentlemen, the entire report of PwC is available on the portal that you have logged in from today. So do make the best of it. And also there are other knowledge papers. These have been contributed by Crystal, Frost and Sullivan, and by Grant Thornton. So do download them and make the best of them. ACMA always gives you a lot of value. Thank you so much. We now close this session, and we will immediately move on to our next session, which is the panel discussion. In fact, it is the most awaited session in every ACMA annual session. So can we move on to the next session? Put the windows. There we are. Hey, Parikshit, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, back to back, another very powerful session. Let me welcome all the dignitaries who are logged in. And I must mention here that the minister has a family exigency. He's not joining us. But I and Deepak met him yesterday, and Deepak is going to talk to us about his meeting with him. And so Deepak, requesting you to welcome all the dignitaries and carry the session forward now on.
Thank you, Vinny. It's unfortunate that the Honorable Minister, Shri Gadkari ji, could not be personally present, but I'm sure his blessings is always there for the sector. At this juncture, I must reiterate that ACMA has always stood for a long-term technology-agnostic roadmap for the automotive industry. The Indian market is large enough to allow for coexistence of multiple technologies. However, our only request to the Honorable Minister is that the introduction of the newer technologies should be well planned to allow for adequate localization of technologies, facilitating the component industry to offer higher value-added solutions and realizing the return on investment. This will indeed be in the interest of not only the domestic industry, but at the nation at large. So, friends, I am now delighted to welcome all our panelists today, some of the most outstanding professionals and brilliant minds in the industry who have made exemplary contribution in shaping our automotive industry. Today, they're leading the way forward and giving us direction in not only navigating the current volatility, but also turning this adversity into an opportunity. We will get more insights as Parikshit Luthra from CNBC will engage with them in an incisive conversation. I heartily welcome Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Vice President SIAM, and MD and CEO Ashok Leyland. Thank you very much, sir, for joining in today. Mr. Hemant Sikka, President, Farm and Equipment Sector, Mahindra & Mahindra. Sir, I think in your leadership, I think the farm sector, not for Mahindra, but for the nation, is doing tremendously well, and all powers to you. Mr. Sunil Kakkar, Chairperson of SIAM Atmanirbhar Sourcing Group and Senior Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Thank you very much, sir, for joining in, and thank you for setting the roadmap of SIAM and ACMA towards the localization path. My friends from the auto community, Mr. Prashant Doraswamy, Country Head, Continental India and MD, Continental Automotive. I think he's the person who is under fire, and I'm sure will give you some insights on the semiconductor issue. And our very own and dear friend, Mr. Ashok Taneja, past President ACMA, and MD and Chief Mentor, Shriram Pistons and Ring. Once again, a big thank you to all of you for joining us today, and I hand it over now to Parikshit to do a very fine panel discussion. Over to you, Parikshit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain, for that introduction, and lots to think about. This convention today, the annual convention of Automotive Component Manufacturers Association, has thrown a lot of light on the disruptions that we're looking at in the industry over the last 3 days. And this has really been, I was speaking to Mr. Mehta a few days ago, and I was saying that this is really the automotive week. Now, we're seeing disruptions in vehicle retail. We have the semiconductor shortage that we're dealing with. We have climate change, electric vehicles, and strong messages from the government yesterday that ethanol is definitely going to happen. Flexi fuel vehicles will definitely happen. The industry will have no choice there as well. And the industry was also very clear. There were some strong exchanges over the last 3 days between manufacturers and government on the need for lower costs, reducing the regulatory pressure, taxes as well, so that vehicles are more affordable, because that will be the key for green mobility to really take off. But I'm going to focus today on our theme, living with volatility, survival, revival, and growth. We've got some great industry veterans with us today. We have Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Vice President SIAM and Managing Director and CEO Ashok Leyland, Hemant Sikka, President Farm Equipment Sector, Mahindra & Mahindra, Sunil Kakkar, SIAM Atmanirbhar Sourcing Group Chairperson and Senior Executive Director of Maruti Suzuki, Mr. Prashant Doreswamy, Country Head Continental India and Managing Director Continental Automotive, and Ashok Taneja, MD and Chief Mentor at Shriram Pistons and Rings. So, gentlemen, let's begin. Let's not waste any more time. And before we begin, I'd just like to quote from the PwC report that ACMA and PwC have come up together. And it says that over the last decade, market volatility has been more frequent and is likely to intensify in future due to various factors. Mr. Sondhi, let me begin with you now. I was hearing Mr. Amitabh Kant, and he said that climate change and COVID-19, that are these two major disruptions that the auto industry will have to grapple with. Let me ask you, what are the permanent changes that you foresee in the automotive industry because of the pandemic? Let's begin with that. Mr. Sondhi.
Thank you, Parikshit, and lovely to be here, and hello to all the co-panelists, and congratulations to ACMA. Well, several permanent changes, and some may be semi-permanent. Number one, Parikshit, for the first time, at least in my career, health is the reason for an economic slowdown and a lockdown. It's always been a financial crisis, it's been an export-related issue, but not been because of health. So there is going to be a permanent change in the way we look at running businesses and plan ourselves going forward. The second is the need for scenario planning, which I think was covered by PwC as well. Nobody can predict precisely what is going to happen, so it's best to live within certain scenarios that will emerge from time to time. Number three, I think what's happening is perhaps not because of COVID-19, but an acceleration, and you mentioned Amitabh Kant and climate change. Technologies are evolving so rapidly, and as you can see what was mentioned by the Petroleum Secretary and by Mr. Nitin Gadkari, that we will have several alternative fuels running simultaneously, some of them relevant to because of the Indian context of foreign exchange and environment. And if I might take two more. Customer expectations have changed from specification and performance, kilometers per liter, horsepower, to productivity and profitability. What is my total cost of ownership? What is the turnaround time? And mobility as a service, which is, I think we are ahead in India. The STUs are asking for mobility as a service. Pay per use, pay as you drive, pay how you drive. I mean, at the end of the day, this is reaching astronomical proportions. And finally, digital adoption. Underpinning all of this is the fact that customer experience has to be at the heart. And we've got to use digital technology, no rocket science there, but COVID has accelerated it. And all of this enveloped within sustainable development goals. Like we'll call it climate change, call it anything else, but we have to return to the environment and to society more than we take from it. Back to you.
Right. Great points there, Mr. Sondhi, to begin the discussion. But let me also begin, Mr. Prashant Doreswamy. Now, we'll come to the semiconductor crisis. It's a very, very specific issue. We'll come to that a little later. But Mr. Doreswamy, looking at all the disruptions in technology that we're looking at, disruptions related to climate change, the pandemic, we have no visibility as to when the world, India, will get a handle on the COVID-19 pandemic. Maybe by the end of the year, we'll be able to end of next year, we will be able to vaccinate a substantial portion of our population. But keeping these uncertainties in mind, uncertainties with health, uncertainties in technology, uncertainties with economy, how are you taking your business forward? How do you make sure that you remain on the path of growth despite all these disruptions?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Akma, for this opportunity. Certainly, I think in a strange way, if you see all four worlds which we experienced before have collapsed, and the boundaries have collapsed, and now we have to deal with this, and also how do we make sense of this. Number two, situation also forced leaders to think lot harder about what's a P&L issue and what a balance sheet issue. How do you solve for the short term and a longer term? Of course, the choices, whatever we make, are contextual. Third one is certainly the leadership in the remote context. Communication with employees. How do we inspire people in the remote context? I think bar on leadership has got higher. I think we need to be extremely mindful of how we have been and how are we going to do. I think the tide has certainly turned down on new energy vehicles globally. For example, if I talk about passenger vehicle, this is more towards battery electric vehicles, but I think there are alternate fuels also being tried out. Globally, there certainly will be reductions in the manufacturing of internal combustion engines. So pricing will continue to pose challenges. So with all these challenges, as a technology company, we are at the forefront of innovation and we are striving to create a solution for a sustainable mobility. Maybe we were successful all along by designing and selling ECUs, but I think the future of cars are totally changing. We are moving away from standalone electronic control units to a server-based architecture. Maybe tomorrow we'll be forced to sell a software in cloud. So these are some of the challenges which we anticipated well in advance. And as a part of our transformation journey, we have factored in and we are moving towards this.
Right. Good to hear that, Mr. Doraiswamy. Mr. Taneja, if I can get you in, I think the PwC report had said that every company will have to work on all these three, incorporate all these three words in their business plan: survival, revival, and growth. It has to happen all together. As a leading component manufacturer in the market, how are you embracing the changes that are happening in technology, happening in the economy?
First of all, my greetings to my friends Vipin Sondi, Hemant Sikka, Sunil Khakkar, and Dr. Prashant Doraiswamy. Glad to be on this panel with you. The fact is that the India growth story continues. We have to remain optimistic about the fact that there is latent demand for mobility in India. And therefore, we need to not only look at survival through these difficult times, we need to think in terms of revival and we need to think in terms of growth. Now, there are several challenges that are facing a company which is engaged in, let's say, IC engine components in particular. First of all, it is our belief, and I think it has been reinforced in all the messages that we saw yesterday in the SIAM convention, including from Mr. Bhargav today, that IC engines will have to coexist with electric vehicles for a long time. In fact, this is both an opportunity and a challenge. The challenge of how to continue to invest in IC engine components because the demand is growing, and how to prepare for electric mobility alongside. So it is a challenge for persons who are engaged in IC engine components. And we have to deal with it, and we are dealing with it. The second part is, if you remember the presentation made by the gentleman from Brazil about the use of ethanol and how that has potential benefits, something that India needs to benchmark, keeping in view the fact that there is a long time yet before electric mobility will become mainstream. whether it is in terms of jobs or in terms of emissions or in terms of cost of operations or in terms of benefits for the farming community. On all accounts, ethanol, as per the presentation made yesterday, has a great solution. And I'm very happy that the government is also working on alternative fuels, which include CNG and ethanol. So alongside the current IC engine, we are preparing for use of alternative fuels, and we need as a country to continue to prepare for it. The fact that electric mobility is a matter of when and not if, obviously there has to be parallel investment to prepare for this transition, which requires a strong balance sheet, which requires the ability to either acquire the technology or to develop the technology. And I think the entire component industry, more particularly those engaged in ICE, are already working in this regard. I have great confidence. We are a very entrepreneurial industry. Look at the way we dealt with COVID. It brought out the best in us. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that this transition will be handled well. All we need is some policy support and some hand-holding by our customers, which we are sure will be available.
Right. Mr. Kakkar, if I can begin with you, India's largest car maker, Mr. Bhargav yesterday had made a strong case for a tax reduction of regulatory pressures. He's saying that affordability is a big question. Car prices have substantially gone up in the last 2-3 years because of the taxation, because of the regulations that we have seen, and it will also rise in future. But looking at the volatile environment right now, you're looking at container shortages, you're looking at supply chain issues, you're looking at the move towards electric vehicle mobility. How has Maruti Suzuki been impacted by all these volatilities, all these disruptions we have been seeing over the last 2 years? Not to mention COVID-19 as well.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Thanks for this session. So I think as far as the current situation is concerned, it is a real VUCA word, probably what we are talking in our presentations and how we have to really prepare for it. I think time has come when we can actually demonstrate that how this VUCA word can be managed. So when you are talking about the container shortage and the commodity prices going up, semiconductor shortages, so all these issues have come up in a simultaneous manner, where at Maruti Suzuki, we are doing a lot of activities to manage and control these aspects. So first, if we talk about, say, in terms of container shortages and how we can manage those, I think first of all, we have to be in a collaborative manner, discussing with the logistics suppliers and maybe engaging with them, giving them the advance notice of what is required to be imported in time. And also in terms of contracts, maybe getting into a little medium-term and long-term contracts to take care of these aspects. Second, when we talk about the commodity aspect, again, we are seeing that whether it is PGM or steel or any other commodities, it has been a phenomenal rise in last 1.5 years. So again, we have to see that how we can mitigate these. Of course, certain things are in our control and some things are not. But always our efforts to have a offset of these cost impacts by reducing somewhere else, whatever best we can do. So there are a lot of cost reduction measures which we are taking, whether it is in terms of reducing the consumption or to come out with the new ideas of VAV, how to improve the PGM effectiveness. So those kind of things we have to really see, so that as a overall game, we are able to succeed in this. In terms of semiconductor shortage, globally, I think everybody has been hit. Again, a lot of factors are there. We have to see, Mr. Doreswamy is there fully aware on what kind of, whether it is pandemic or incident of fire incident in one of the semiconductor maker or polar vortex. A lot of issues which have happened globally, which have resulted into this. So there again, a collaborative approach with these makers, giving them in advance intimation of what we require, because all these are very long lead time items, which we really need to take care. So I think somewhere we have to see that in a collaborative manner, how we can discuss with these makers and have our plans intact, so that these things can be taken care.
Right. No, that's an important thing, because as you said about semiconductors, and I was reading the PwC report, and they said that some consumer electronic companies have actually booked have given bookings to semiconductor manufacturers for almost 18 months. So when you have those kind of timelines, it's very difficult for auto sector to get its due, considering it's probably even less than 5% of the total semiconductor output globally. But Mr. Sikka, if I can get you in right now. Now, we saw an interesting excerpt in this PwC report. It spoke about SafeNet, strong, agile, flexible, networked, enthusiastic, technology-enabled companies. Do you think this is extremely relevant for a company like Mahindra and Mahindra, which is not just into automotives, it is into farm equipment, tractors, defense, aerospace? So considering the vast number of businesses that Mahindra and Mahindra is into, you need greater synergy, you need a greater focus, more agility, more flexibility going forward.
So, Parikshit, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be here on the ACMA annual session. Clearly, let me start by first of all sharing a good news on the behalf of the tractor industry, that in this gloom and doom of pandemic, I think the tractor industry has clearly outshone. And last year was our best ever year in the history of the tractor industry. We touched 900,000 unit sales of tractor as an industry. So this was the best year for the tractor industry as a whole. Now coming to the volatility, actually, Parikshit, volatility is good. It's not that none of us can manage the kind of volatility that we have seen. The issue comes that when the amplitude of this volatility is very high. So once in a 15-20 years event, like you had the global financial crisis, or now that once in a century pandemic that we are currently going through, that the issues crop up, which none of us kind of has a template to go by. So as a result, when we face this issue of a pandemic and the sudden lockdowns were happening all across the country, in the Mahindra Group, we formulated a framework, which is almost same as the topic of discussion today, which is survival, revival, and growth, which internally we call the walk, fly, and run framework. Obviously, in the walk framework is just like being on the survival mode. Like cash is blood for any business. If you have to survive, first of all, you have to stop the bleeding of the blood. So the first focus obviously for us was preservation of cash, making sure that all the cost which can be cut or deferred are done, whether these are variable cost, capex, short-term, fixed cost, a warrant cost kind of stuff. Then making sure that our supply chain is robust enough, because we are as good as our supply chain. So making sure that we engage with the supply chain proactively, be very transparent with them, show them our order book, make sure that we share our inventory details with them so that we can prioritize what we want to produce and what we don't want to produce. So all these initiatives were going on, and this is the framework that we have followed across our various group companies, making sure we have a very robust SOP for the health and hygiene of our own employees, making sure these SOPs are shared with everybody in the supply chain so that they don't have to rediscover the wheel again, and maybe can learn from us and follow those health and hygiene practices which are very safe for their employees. Making sure that while we are doing all of this, we are being very, very collaborative in terms of making sure that all the competitors that we have, we are able to exchange and collaborate with each other, so that even on the supply side, how can, while we compete in the market, how can we collaborate on the back end? So there were several initiatives that we were able to take, and I think that really helped us pass through the wave one, which was, a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear at that point in time, because the data was very sketchy, there was a lot of confusion. But as we rode the supply of wave one, and the tractor industry really bounced back very well within 6 to 8 weeks of the initial lockdown. I think the whole tractor industry decided that the time has come for us to now move from to, let's say, run phase, which is the revival phase. And I will talk more about that as we proceed with the panel discussion.
Right. Thank you for those thoughts, Mr. Sikka. My only intention was to ask broad questions, lay out the context on how you're dealing with the volatility in the system right now. And now let's get to specifics. Let's speak about semiconductors right now. This is the big talking point over the last 3 days. Mr. Doraiswamy, if I can begin with you. Any visibility? We have been speaking about semiconductors since, I think, October or November last year.
Last year,
Have we
that's
got a
right.
handle on it? Can we do any crystal ball gazing right now on how long are we going to be grappling with this?
Okay. Well, honestly speaking, no. We thought Q3 of this year is going to be a little bit of an improved situation. But looking at the current situation, I think even 2022, it may spill over to 2022, and for some parts, even 2023, as we look at this current stage. Even before I come into details, just to give a brief background, why did this happen? Yeah. If you look at the current usage of MCU in an average vehicle today, at least there are about 20 microcontrollers. And in an high-end vehicles, it could go even up to about 100 controllers. Yeah. Number two, I think as an industry, we missed two adjacent trends, what was happening. One was certainly the growth which was happening in the adjacent industry, that's non-automotive. Because of COVID, there was a huge demand for laptops, and also with the 5G, a lot of demand for IoT devices, and also handheld phones. So that's one. Number two, in the process of being very lean, I think most of our semiconductors manufacturers had sort of subcontracted the wafer manufacturing to foundries. And in this process, we landed up with one single foundry with about 56% of the automotive requirement. In contrast, if you look at that foundry, for that foundry, it's just only 4% of its sales, whereas he is supplying for 56% of the automotive requirements. I think these were the two things which, unfortunately, industry missed. Actually, if you look back, we had a very similar situation 10 years back, 2010, 2011, when we had this tsunami in Japan. We did, as an industry, we did learn a lot. The other one, certainly, I think going forward, we need to change the way which we work. You know, automotive is always known for lean, more inventory turns, less inventory. I think if you look at the process for wafer manufacturing, usually it takes about anywhere between 2 months to 6 months, and then the back end for converting to manufacturing for the semiconductors. So in this process, someone was holding a huge inventory while automotive was working on a sort of a 3 months firm schedules with a forecast of 18 months without a confirmation, maybe just a forecast. So when COVID hit us, I think the way in which the semiconductor industry also works, because they need to work at about 90 to 95% efficiency. If it falls below 90% capacity utilization, then there's a huge cost issue. If it crosses 95%, then you have a supply demand situation. That's where we got into this. When automotive was down, those guys went and sold the capacities to non-automotive, and we landed up in a problem.
Right.
So as we see, I think there are a lot of capacities is being added, but unfortunately, the system is so dry. Even a small jerk is causing a sort of an impact at the OEM end. For example, as we speak, 2 days back, even we thought Toyota is not impacted, but unfortunately, they made an announcement in the month of September. They will be producing 400,000 vehicles, less against 900,000 vehicles. Original plan. So as we speak, there are capacities getting added, but usually the lead time for this is on the back end is about 6 to 9 months. On the front end, that's wafer manufacturing that could take about 1.5 years to 2 years. So for us to realize this additional capacities, I think it's going to take some time. While we thought, because everybody started taking actions way back in October, November last year, and we thought in Q3 those capacities will get added to existing volumes. But unfortunately, a couple of incidents in between, like fire at one of our supply in Japan, or a snowstorm in Texas, or unfortunately the recent events what we see in Malaysia because of the COVID, those equipments actually which were meant for higher capacity utilizations got used to replace this. So we continue to struggle. If you ask me honestly, 2021 we have to live with this. 2022 we may see a small improvement, but certainly for some of the components it's going to spill over to even 2023.
Right. So it may even go up to 2023. So that is a strong outlook there. But Mr. Sondhi, coming to you, I think one thing that we have seen over the last 1.5 years, and this is something that Mr. Doriswamy also alluded to, that there were some companies who were able to manage it better because they were not dependent on only one supplier. And even now, those companies are doing slightly better than others. What have been the lessons from the semiconductor shortage, and from the SIAM perspective? Do you think we will be able to overcome it, and the automotive industry will somehow be able to mitigate the impact of the semiconductor shortage, as the likes of Mr. Prashant Dorswamy are saying could even continue to 2023? Do we have a plan in place? Does SIAM and auto OEMs have a plan in place to mitigate the impact of this semiconductor shortage and the lessons from it? This is one.
Parikshit, many lessons I think we've learned over the last 18 months. The semiconductor is one such lesson, and you mentioned about steel and you mentioned about containers. So number one, as a SIAM, what can we do and work with the government? So that's one aspect of it, and then what can we do as an industry? So if I might answer one of them, is a lot of, we noticed that some of the other countries related to ministries of other countries were reaching out to suppliers directly. So SIAM has reached out to the Ministry of External Affairs to see whether we can make sure that at least India is not shortchanged to the extent possible. After all, these are all private industry. So there has to be a voice over there that India is there and needs its fair share of semiconductors. Similarly, on steel and casting, it's extremely important. We reached out to the Commerce Ministry to see that if domestic mineral prices have not gone up, is there a justification or is there a benchmark with global prices that are setting domestic prices? And thirdly, as far as containers are concerned, we're working with the Ministry of Shipping, DG Shipping in particular, to see what we can do for additional allocation of containers for India. So that's at the governmental level and what support we can do vis-a-vis the government. Coming back to what SIAM is doing as individual industries are doing, actually now we need a dynamic master production plan. That is dynamic by the day to make sure that we are selecting the right models and the right mix and producing the right quantity for the market at a particular point in time. It's got extreme agility, really, because all of us are hand to mouth in almost all of this. Semiconductors, or availability of steel, or pricing of steel, or containers. So we are virtually working on a very agile, dynamic production plan, which is testing, I think, each one of us, I'm sure, extremely a lot. I think in the long term, we have no option as a country to be able to protect ourselves from semiconductor shortages. Now, the Tatas have announced something, but there is no option. It is as important as oil or data. We will have to have, and be Atmanirbhar in semiconductors. Again, automobiles form, as you mentioned, 5%, I heard 10% of the share. We'll have to stay with this, but we've got to find solutions both internally and take whatever support we can from the government.
Right. Mr. Soni, if I may ask one more question before moving ahead, and that is, like the Tatas have spoken about exploring investments in semiconductor manufacturing, can auto OEMs take such a decision as well? Of course, this is something that will have a longer lead time. It's not something you can turn around in a year or two. But would there be discussions? Are there discussions ongoing within SIAM about that as well?
Well, in terms of having auto OEM setting up something like this, is that the question?
Yes, that's right.
You've got to see who is the driver of this. The driver is not the automobile industry. The driver is 5G electronics. That's where the volumes are coming from. And the driver is that the domestic base can give you 20, 30% of the volume of the scale which is required. This has to be something which is a global platform set up in the country with an ecosystem which just goes far beyond just manufacturing fabs, for example. The ecosystem is hugely pure, isolated, clean. So there's a lot more to it than the industry coming together. But what we've got to do is to work collaboratively with the suppliers who currently exist, and SIAM is reaching out to them together and separately to ensure that we get our fair share of whatever is the whole mix with us. You also mentioned, can we work with, many times, especially on these critical components, you have a single source. You mentioned, should you be having more than one source? So I'm sure a number of people, number of OEMs are testing now alternative sources so that in some way we can mitigate this. But as Mr. Doreswamy said, ultimately the back end is supplied by somebody in Malaysia, somebody in Taiwan, somebody in Texas. And if anything goes wrong to this very fragile supply chain by way of a natural calamity, we are all of it. We'll have to find our way through this one as well. And I'm sure we'll find our way through this one.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Sondhi. Mr. Sikka, now I'd like to ask you, Mahindra was also a company which was badly affected by the semiconductor shortage. And if I recall correctly, it was perhaps one of the first companies to go to the stock exchange last year. It was possibly in October, November, to inform that there will be a shortage, there will be some production cuts as a result of the semiconductor shortage. How has Mahindra been able to mitigate some of those pressures? The company is coming up with a new SUV in the market right now. I know you don't deal with that directly, but for the long term, for the next maybe 2 years or so, have contingency measures been put in place? Mr. Sikka?
So Parikshit, yeah, thank you for asking me. So first of all, let me clarify that the tractor industry as a whole is thankfully not impacted by the semiconductor shortage. We don't use this conductor, so as a result, the industry continues to be on growth path. Last year, our growth as an industry was 27%, and so far YTD, the industry is again doing a very good growth rate. Coming on the automotive side, like for any other OEMs, Mahindra was also severely impacted because of the supply chain issues on semiconductor, as Prashant has discussed and Mr. Sondhi has discussed. I think it has been a huge learning and humbling experience. Before I took over as president of farm equipment business, I was the chief purchase officer for Mahindra for more than 10 years. And honestly, let me tell you, I had never ever heard of something called a semiconductor as part of my responsibility. These things were taken as given. Okay, nobody in their right frame of mind before the pandemic hit us even knew who are the suppliers, global suppliers for semiconductor. Now we know each and every supplier. So this has been a hugely humbling experience, I think, for each purchasing guy across the world in the automotive sphere. We have been kind of brought up in an environment of just-in-time supply chains. And I think now the auto industry is learning it the hard way, that the gospel truth of just-in-time was not written in stone. And as the events unfold, as the new learning comes for us, I think just-in-time needs to be reviewed. Similarly, as Mr. Sondhi just said, our dependence, it was always considered to be a great achievement for any purchasing guy if you could manage his supply chain with a single source. I think single source days are over. People will look at multiple sources and diversify the risk. The third risk was, and I remember participating in an ACMA panel discussion on how can Indian suppliers participate in the global value chain. So everything was global value chain. I think the time has come now for us to see how do we localize the entire supply chain within the country. These semiconductors are like oil. These are like precious metals. We can't depend on other countries to finally choke us on someday. And these can be because of geopolitical risk. These can be because of pandemics of the future. These can be anything. I think the country as a whole, the policy making has to move from being part of participating in the global supply chain to actually localizing the supply chain in the country, whether it is for semiconductor or for other materials as well. So I think this is a hard lesson learned.
If I may ask a follow-up question, you're saying that we must think about localization of semiconductors and other critical components. We cannot be dependent. That is a point that Mr. Kant also made some time back, that you need to reduce your import dependency for ECUs on China and maybe eliminate it in future as well.
Exactly.
Mahindra is a huge group with diversified interests. Is this something, semiconductor manufacturing, semiconductor localization, is this something that is probably being considered within the Mahindra group as well?
Parikshit, not as on date, we are not considering this. But let me tell you again to reinforce what Mr. Sondi said, that auto industry is actually globally consuming only 7% of semiconductors. The other big usage is electronics and telecom and other sectors. I think the time has come for maybe Reliance to look at getting into the semiconductor. They have the resources, they have the scale to kind of do that kind of job. And somebody will have to do it sooner or later. I think as a country, to mitigate our supply chain and as part of our overall risk mitigation, it's not only impacting auto industry, it's going to impact everything. The way we live, the way we work. I mean, this kind of communication that we are right now having, without semiconductors, we can't even have this kind of panel discussion. So this is going to touch each one of us for our own lives, whether it is health, whether it is live, work, play. And I think time has come for some of the largest groups in the country who have a large play in this area, who have scale, who have resources, to seriously consider this thing and start looking at it. Again, it's a very, very long-term gestation project. It's not only 2 years of manufacturing. The designing is the key. Look at how Taiwan became a hub of semiconductor from nothing. And how did the companies in Taiwan build the whole designing phase first and then went into manufacturing? So I think it's very important that the industry, not only the auto industry, I think overall the Indian policymakers look at this, kind of come up with some kind of incentives from some large groups to look at it. And maybe that is our nirvana on semiconductor. Otherwise, we'll keep getting into this cycle. Today it is semiconductor, tomorrow it may be something else. So the larger point that I'm trying to make is the days, and it's a continuous learning. As you face more issues, you kind of learn the things which are written in stone are rubbed off and new things are written. And I think one of the things that we as an industry need to learn is that just-in-time days is over, dependence on single source is over, and just participating, being part of the global supply chain is over. We need to localize and make sure more and more value addition is done in the country, and the supply chain is localized within the boundaries of the country.
Right, very important statement.
I think.
So, Parikshit, if I may add.
Right, yeah, Mr. Doreswamy.
So, if I may add, so unfortunately, each vehicle today relies on multiple MCU suppliers, at least 6 to 8. At the tier 3 level, there's a little choice. Unfortunately, 7 out of 10 MCU suppliers has gone to one single foundry. And also this microcontrollers does not easily allow for a second sourcing with component from another supplier because the architectures are different and they are unique to individual, because it's not only microcontroller, but it's also software dependent. So keeping with this as a constraint, what as an industry immediately can do certainly is revisit foundry policy. Reduce reliance on industry on one single foundry, and also a balance of maintaining some amount of in-house chip manufacturing and also some amount of outsourcing. That's for the semiconductor suppliers. Second is when it comes to controllers, can we do dual sourcing? That means two designs for each ECU, for example. Then it comes with a cost. Then that as a tier 1 with OEMs, we need to have an agreement so that we have some fallback. Third one is, can we get into some sort of a tripartite agreement between OEMs, tier 1s, and also the semiconductor manufacturing? And the fourth, which certainly I think we should do, and most of us are doing, is having more inventory in the pipeline. That's number one. And also giving a little bit of a firm commitments for at least 12 months to 18 months so that your supplies are secured. So the last two things, I think it's a must for us to do, and we continue to do that. But apart from this, the other three, what I just mentioned, is what industry is currently looking into. Can we explore that?
Right. No, you are very right there, Mr. Doreswamy. You cannot rely on one particular foundry because some OEMs, especially Maruti Suzuki, we have seen how the supply disruptions due to a lockdown in Malaysia has disrupted Maruti's supply chain when it came to ECUs. Mr. Kakkar, if I can begin with you. Every OEM and every product in the market has a large number of models. Tell us how Maruti Suzuki is addressing the semiconductor shortage, your visibility on it. How soon will Maruti Suzuki itself be able to sort out? Initially, when the crisis had hit the industry, Maruti Suzuki was saying, we are fine, We are comfortable. We are monitoring the situation. But things started changing July onwards because of the lockdown in Malaysia. What's your visibility on the semiconductor shortage? And in your product mix, how are you making some changes to make sure that you are somehow defending yourself in this crisis, which can go on indefinitely for the next 2 years?
Yeah. So Parikshit, coming to the initial phase when the semiconductor shortage happened, say last year itself, things got started. So that time, basically, it was a COVID impact when after COVID or during the period we had seen that the healthcare or the communication devices, laptops, a lot of places semiconductor usage had gone up and the demand has surged. That was the initial surge which happened. And of course, on the supply front, those investments were yet to take place when the capacity was to increase. So this was a phenomena which was happening between gap of supply versus the demand. And that time, probably with a lot of discussions with our tier one suppliers and including the semiconductor makers, we were having tri-party meetings and a lot of communication with them, where we could see that how different semiconductors or in terms of our entire portfolio which we have, how could we have a model mix where we could still continue to produce. So I would say even to the extent of last month also, we were able to manage all our productions which was there in terms of numbers, even though we had to make a lot of changes in terms of the mix. And with that, our suppliers, be it our Indian suppliers, so everybody was contributing and the entire ACMA industry in various forms, they have supported us. Now, what has happened after that is that there are certain incidents which happened. For example, in Naka plant, Japan, the fire incident happened or the polar vortex got impacted in few of the these plants in US. And then more so when the COVID impact happened in case of Malaysia, there it has happened start and stop type of thing which has happened. The plant is running, then suddenly COVID cases are increasing, the government is announcing plant has to be stopped. Now, when these sudden stoppages are happening which are unplanned, then for the industry like semiconductors, which is a very, very streamlined and a long lead time where you have to do entire planning in a very long-term manner. So that is the impact which has happened, and now we are getting affected because of, say, one single plant location in Malaysia. So there what happens is that once the plant gets again started, a lot of revalidation, and I think Mr. Doraiswamy has also seen, we have been discussing. So the semiconductor makers and the wafer makers, they have to see a lot of validations again on the quality levels, then maybe the initial lots which were in work in progress, when they come to the finished state, then the final quality has to be again checked. So in terms of the complexity of the production as well as the long lead time, these jerks are very difficult to really absorb. So what we are affected now is more by the incidents which have happened, and rather than the medium-term impacts which are happening after COVID and the surge of demand. So that is how now we have also learned these lessons, and what Hemant was also saying that any supply chain, even in my case also, now I know each and every bit of semiconductor, which was never seen at my level to that
On the
micro level.
fingertips.
Collecting each and every chip, how that has to come and when it has to fly. The entire thing we are monitoring along with our Japanese colleagues. So this is the extent to which we have gone into micro level this thing, but that is a current circumstance. And if we have to make more cars, we have to see that how more deliveries can happen. So more important is that de-risking, one of the very important things. There we have to see how semiconductor maker, be it backend or it is wafer, can we have some two locations at least across the globe where the same thing can be made, even at a little higher cost of maybe extra tooling, fixture, whatever. But it is still worth. Even if it happens once, it could create a lot of problems. So we have to balance it with regard to that. Some of the Japanese OEM component makers, they have started building inventories. So very right, just in time is not a formula for everything. So where we can build some inventories, those component suppliers have been able to tide over these crises much better than others who were little conservative in terms of ordering, probably could not imagine that the demand will go up so high for particularly cars in case of Maruti or for other OEMs. So that way we have to see when Prashant is saying that they need long lead time. So now from Maruti side also we are planning a horizon of 12 months and trying to give more and more realistic and little optimistic, I would say, in terms of our requirement. So that even if cars are little less, still we have inventory in pipeline. And we don't end up again in such a situation where the entire pipeline is dry and any jerk or any single case of COVID where a particular building is blocked in Malaysia, we are immediately getting affected. So we need to have some dampers in between as a lesson learned. So that is our
Right.
take.
No, that's an important point, Mr. Kakkar. So you said that you're now giving orders to ECU manufacturers for at least 12 months, giving them visibility for 12 months to make sure that you have adequate inventory in the system. Right. Let me get Mr. Ashok Taneja. Mr. Taneja, I'm sorry to keep you waiting on the issue, but there was a reason why I wanted to come to you in the end. And this is with regard to investments in semiconductor manufacturing. Mr. Sondi was quite right that auto industry, for an auto OEM to possibly go ahead and set up a semiconductor manufacturing plant may not make business sense considering the small requirement of the industry. It is between the range of 5 to 10%. But how do we drive investments into this sector? Do you think enough is being done from government when it came to semiconductor manufacturing? With the government's talking a lot about ethanols, it is talking about alternate fuels, electric vehicles, disruption in technologies. But do you think this is a crisis and investments in semiconductor manufacturing, this is something that needs to be tackled head on?
Parikshit, first of all, we have faced a semiconductor crisis today. The learnings from the semiconductor crisis need to be applied to any other critical component where there is over dependence on a geography or a particular supplier. And I think this whole business of risk management will have to receive higher attention than has been possible in the past. I think Hemant mentioned that in the past there was a tendency to go for single source development in critical areas where the time required for development of components is long and testing time and validation time is long. Perhaps some amount of de-risking will be required. The second issue is about making India self-sufficient, Atmanirbhar in semiconductor manufacturing. I think we should look at this whole problem from a short-term, medium-term and long-term point of view. In the short term, there is no possibility of any semiconductor manufacturing in India. Therefore, the solution as given by all the other co-panelists that we need to give a forecast for 12 to 18 months, we need to hold higher inventories, we need to work with two geographies. I think those need to be put in place. As far as the medium and long term is concerned, semiconductor manufacturing will happen in India only when either some industrial house takes a very big bet, and it's very encouraging to see that Tata Group have made one such statement. I hope there'll be more larger groups who come in with similar statements, or it is given tremendous amount of government support. If you look at the evolution of the semiconductor industry globally, practically everywhere, whether it's in Korea or in Taiwan or in Malaysia, the government of the day provided immense incentives for this to happen. Because investment is large, it takes a long time to put the facility in place and get all the designs and everything approved. And as a result, it is not economical in the way normal projects, investment projects are. The payout is over a much longer period. And you need to work at very high capacities, 90% plus, in order to make money in this business. So I think we need to approach this problem from all these three ends. Look at any other critical components and de-risk. In the short term, take all the steps as mentioned. And the long term, I would say SIAM particularly needs to take this up with Government of India to provide some sizable support for at least the first 1 or 2 units to be set up in India.
Right. No, that's an interesting point. Now I have to move on from semiconductors. We made this a semiconductor volatility discussion, but let's move on. Mr. Sondi, I'd like to begin by talking to you about EVs and alternate fuels. While semiconductor, definitely it's a continuing volatility. There is uncertainty about how fast the EV adoption will take place, adoption of alternate fuels. Yesterday, the petroleum secretary said that ethanol is going to happen, flexi fuel is happening. You don't have a choice. Electric vehicles, you have to embrace. Your thoughts on that, especially I would like to ask you to wear your Ashok Leyland hat right now and tell me how disruptive is this for the commercial vehicle sector, both push towards EVs and alternate fuels.
So don't forget LNG and CNG too.
Yes, LNG, CNG, hybrids.
So my friend Ashok is making it even more difficult there. But Parikshit, yeah, these are disruptions, and the question is how do you manage disruptions with as little disruption as possible. So let's take EVs and don't forget hydrogen in the future as well, and then all the other fuels that will come with it. Now the CV industry, and if we talk about the CV industry from where I am, can be broadly split into three categories. Each of them will have their own trajectory. You have the light commercial vehicles, you have buses, and you have the medium and heavy commercial vehicles. The transition of EVs and intersection, really going a little further, intersection of mobility, of real estate, which is for charging infrastructure, therefore you have to read urban over there, and energy, and all of them have to come together harmoniously. Then there's going to be the higher cost of acquisition. You know, Mr. Bhargav talked a lot about affordability at the end of the day. So there is a higher cost of acquisition, of batteries especially. Prices are coming down. Are they coming down enough? There's a challenge of range anxiety. How much can I travel? And you're talking of buses, medium commercial vehicles, light commercial vehicles. There's a challenge of charging infrastructure, which is sufficiency and reliability, maturity of the product, what will happen as you move forward, and then reskilling and upskilling of the entire ecosystem, which is dealers, technicians, frontline people, etc. So the thing is, when you look at buses, and buses for urban areas, they are likely to see the faster change because metros can control setting up an ecosystem which can be more relevant, and this is taking place as we speak. So STUs are ordering a certain percentage of the requirement as EVs, but we've got to also e-buses. But we also got to remember many of them want to buy on pay-per-use. They don't want to buy strictly on the basis of the entire capex. So you've got to create an intermediate vehicle, which we have created. We've created Switch Mobility, which is going to be a fully owned subsidiary of Ashok Leyland, and OHM, which will actually be e-mass supplier, which will actually own the asset and then give it to an let's say a prospective customer, could be an STU, on a pay-per-use basis. So the new models of disruption are coming up, which will help us going forward. The second is light commercial. Okay, coming back to interstate buses. Interstate buses will still use alternative fuel. So it may not be diesel, it will be a blend. Not ethanol. Ethanol, I think, more for smaller vehicles, but LNG and then going into hydrogen. Are we working on all of these? The answer is yes. Then you come to light commercial vehicles. Light commercial vehicles, again, for e-commerce applications, that is for warehouses outside cities and towns, going into cities and towns where there is a charging infrastructure, will have e-LCVs happening more and more. But it's likely where Mr. Sikka operates in the farm sector, in rural areas, it will still be diesel or alternate fuels. And then you come to medium and heavy commercial vehicles, which are essentially cross-country. There we will have a mixture of CNG, a mixture of LNG, future hydrogen, whether it's hydrogen IC engines or hydrogen fuel cells, that's a matter of debate. But what OEMs therefore have to do and are doing, I'm sure all of them, but I can talk of commercial vehicles and Ashok Leyland. We have no option but to work on a mix of fuels because government is driving CNG hard. Government is for cross-country looking at LNG and is going to make it available. And I think we are going to move into a hydrogen ecosystem in 5 to 7 years before we know it. And therefore, it's better to start working on that as well. So many things going on simultaneously. I don't think there are too many options, but to work with them. But also got to remember, Parikshit, that if we are playing internationally, many of the markets which India deals with, which is Middle East, Africa, etc., are still non-emissionized. They're still going to have a lot of diesel. They're still on BS3, BS2, BS3, BS4. So the IC engine is here to stay for a fairly long period of time. It will be modified by way of CNG, LNG, and we can crack it hydrogen, but may not be, and then we fuel cells. But you have a whole play going on, and we have to build the skills and the technology to play in each one of these segments. It's the most interesting time, if I'd say. I mean, it's challenging, but it's the most interesting time because we are learning a huge amount through all of this. It's like the semiconductor issue. We never knew what it was. We actually went deep into it. Similarly, I think we'll extract the best out of IC engines, and we'll also work towards what is needed for pollution and for saving foreign exchange for the country through the use of EV.
Right. Let me get in Mr. Sikka now. Mr. Sikka, how well is the farm equipment sector under you, under Mahindra and Mahindra, poised to look at this transition in ethanol, in alternate fuels, and also with regard to electric vehicle mobility? How is your roadmap going to unfold over the next 10 years? How will the change happen in the farm equipment segment?
Parikshit, I think Mr. Sondi covered it, that in the farm equipment sector, this would be at the rear end of the chain. As we have seen that the case for three-wheelers became positive a couple of years back, two-wheelers are now looking very promising. And I'm sure eventually the automotive side, the passenger side will also become electric. And then the smaller commercial vehicles and all the briefing that Mr. Soni just did will follow that cycle. And I think at some point at the later part of this transition, will the tractors migrate from IC engine to electric? It's still some time away. I think before that, the transition which will happen is on the bio-CNG side, where the industry is already working with certain suppliers to make sure that retrofitment kits are available, which can be both OE fitted and aftermarket fitting. So I think alternate fuels is a more viable strategy currently for a tractor industry, and also because of certain technological gaps that are required for the tractor, which is not required for the passenger vehicle segment. I mean, passenger vehicles finally have to run on a tar or a concrete road. A tractor doesn't run on that. A tractor has to perform some applications into different soil conditions, which vary from state to state and from country to country. So as a result, the technological gaps on the electric side still exist. We need to find some answers, but clearly the transition, which be at the later part of the industry, as the industry transits from IC engine to electric vehicle. However, I want to bring in the same point and the learning from the semiconductor industry. Like 2 years back, nobody had heard of semiconductors. Similarly, as we transition as a country from IC engine in a large way to the electric vehicle, I think the policymakers and the industry as a whole need to sit together and chalk out the entire supply chain for electric vehicle materials. And in that, I think the raw material availability in terms of lithium, cobalt is extremely critical. That would be the new oil as we go ahead, meaning it's strategic. And we should not have a situation where 10 years down the line, you are moderating a panel discussion, obviously with different set of people, that why this was not conceived 10 years back, but now we are getting stuck because of cobalt not available, lithium not available, and so country has stopped their supplies to India. So I think these kind of forward-looking interventions are required now. We know that certain countries are rich in lithium and cobalt, whether it is the Chile Triangle or the African continent or or Australia. We need to have long-term supply chain commitments in terms of mining rights, access to these materials. Only then we will be able to kind of sustain a growth path for the auto industry as a whole. Because this is not few 100,000 units we are talking about. This is millions of vehicles that have to move from IC engine to electric vehicles. So like we have a very secure supply of oil across the world, do we have similar assurance that there is a similar secure supply of raw materials, minerals for electric vehicles? Several
Right.
wars have been fought over oil. I think we should not have a war over lithium and cobalt and over semiconductor. So it's very, very important that we do some forward thinking and are able to secure the supplies.
That's a very interesting point you're talking, because one thing that so many international dailies are talking about is the large mineral wealth that Afghanistan has. 1.4 million metric tons of rare metals, including lithium and uranium. They have more than 60 million metric tons of copper. And China had a major deal with Afghanistan, which of course nobody knows what will happen to that. But of course, natural resources having long-term commitments and visibility on that is extremely important. But let me move on a little fast now. We have about 14 minutes left. In fact, 12 minutes. Mr. Kakkar, I'd like to speak about localization. You're free to talk about what Mr. Sondhi and Mr. Sikka said about alternate fuels. But with regard to the localization roadmap, SIAM and ACMA are talking to the government, saying that there is a certain roadmap that we can achieve in the next few years. I think it's a 20,000 to 30,000 crore localization that can be achieved in India over the next few years. How do you think it will help the industry? What components are likely to be localized? And what is the time frame that the industry is working with, Mr. Kakkar?
Yeah. So I think as a part of the sourcing committee, EC sourcing committee chairman, myself and my co-chairs, we had worked very deeply in this area for localization, because as we know that Atmanirbhar Bharat is right from our Honorable Prime Minister, that message is coming very clearly. And the way a lot of focus is there today, even the lessons learned from semiconductor, what Mr. Hemant is saying about future EV requirement of raw material. So localization is going to be the key. Whether we are talking about affordability for the customers in the newer technology regulations. So that has become the real backbone. And unless we really work very hard as a cohesive and collaborative manner, I think the future challenges are going to be even more difficult. So that keeping that in mind, we had done a mapping of what is currently being imported. As a total import bill of the country, we had examined the entire automotive requirements, what is being done. So fortunately, we had a very collaborative approach among the SIAM group members, different industry segment, whether it is two-wheeler, three-wheeler, farm equipments, commercial, everybody was included in that. Also the ACMA members, there was a big participation from them. Also, we had industry bodies like ATMA and all the other groups who had also supported. So the approach was very clear that what is currently being imported, we had examined that, which are the countries from where imports are happening, what are the major key technological changes which are going to come when we are not talking about alternative fuels, when we are talking about EVs, or we are talking about other future technologies. Localization, anybody is going to invest only if it is going to sustain for some more time, or that technology is going to remain. So very clearly in each of the product category, the mapping was done that how technological trends are going to take place in future. Because if we are talking a time frame of 5 years, 2 to 5 years of short-term and medium-term plans, so that is how different categories were broken and the CFTs were made, who had done the deep dive into that and really studied that what kind of technological trends are coming. Then the barriers, what are the major barriers? One, of course, is a volume and different in terms of steel. If you talk about special steels which are required, or if you're talking about semiconductors, then PLI and big support from government is required. So area by area, we have examined that what is the responsibility of the OEM, what is that ACMA members need to contribute, what is that government needs to advise, and what is the support they can provide. So a clear roadmap has been made, keeping all these categories in mind. And the figure which you are saying around 34,000 is what has been kept as a plan or a target, I would say, for the entire localization. So this is how I think the commitment has come from all the stakeholders. And we will be reviewing this and reporting to ECCIAM and then, of course, to the government also on the progress which is happening. So somewhere where we say that whether Taiwan has taken a lead in some area or China is doing something, so we have to also see that how India strengths can be leveraged. And also in case of technology has to be brought from outside, then these global players, how they can be attracted to make investments in India. So those kind of detailed action plan has been made, and we intend to achieve it in time.
Right. Mr. Taneja, we have a localization roadmap which is being discussed, but then how do we focus on making exports more competitive? The ROTEP scheme has been announced, but the industry is saying it's not a replacement for MEIS. We're still awaiting the contours of the PLI scheme. But with regard to making exports more competitive, where are we? What needs to be done? Mr. Taneja.
Parikshit, before I answer that, I want to make a comment about these alternative fuels and the various technologies, including battery electric vehicle technology. It is precisely for this reason that there are several technologies that will coexist before we eventually migrate to electric vehicles. That a recommendation was made to the government, which I believe still needs to be taken up. That our approach should be to fix CAFE norms and become technology agnostic. Maruti may choose a different route to achieve their CAFE norms, and another company, competing company, may choose a different technology to achieve those norms. Instead of specifying a technology, we should specify what norms we want achieved, and let it be let the freedom be with the manufacturers to decide what's the best way forward. Yes, on some things like ethanol, because it has dimensions that go beyond auto industry, it affects the farming community and so on and so forth. It has an impact on jobs. There are political dimensions. You can mandate some things. But otherwise, CAFE norms and a technology agnostic approach, which should include freedom to OEMs to use hybrid technology, which is a great transition technology actually, and must be relooked at. 30 to 50% improvement in fuel efficiency, no requirement of infrastructure, no loss of jobs, and ability to scale up very quickly. This needs to be looked at, and I hope SIAM in its wisdom will take this forward with the government. About exports, I think all that we exports is about two things. It's about competitiveness, and it's about having access to those markets. Because as far as the Indian component industry is concerned, access to technology is not appearing to be a problem. Our cost competitiveness is currently getting impacted by uncertainty about the incentives. So many of us do not take a ROTEP or a MEIS incentive into account when we make plans to export our components outside the country. Because by the time you quote, it takes 2 years to 3 years before the business matures. And then the incentives are available for the following 1 or 2 years at best. While the program will continue for the next 5 to 8 years. So whatever incentives are available, these need to be stable and long term in order for these to make some difference to our export competitiveness. The second is, we all recognize that our cost of logistics in the country is significantly higher. Dr. Pawan Goenka also mentioned this in his address. That's one of the areas we need to work at. 13 to 14% versus 6 to 7% across the world. That's a big disadvantage, cost disadvantage. Beyond that, I think industry needs to play its role. We need to look at exports as an integral and serious part of our strategy. We cannot think only local, manufacturing locally for the local market. We have to think beyond that. It will require some risk taking, and I think every company which has built its business on exports has benefited from technology leadership, has benefited from profitability, and therefore that needs to be to go forward.
All right. Mr. Doraiswamy, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but now to get you in, we have about 3 minutes left, and I'm going to try and squeeze in an answer from you and Mr. Sondhi in the end. But Mr. Doraiswamy, coming to you, looking at the disruptions in technology that we're looking at, push towards EVs, push towards hydrogen, LNG, CNG, ethanol, Keeping all of this in mind, how are you advising your clients, your OEM partners, on how to remain flexible and agile, how to manage growth in the next 10 years as a leading component manufacturer, not just in India, but across the world? Where are you putting your money? How are you channelizing your investments and keeping them in order of priority?
Okay, so if I have to talk about one thing, certainly uh, we are living in very interesting times. Tech transformation of this magnitude we see now is a rare phenomena. It is very disruptive with the power of revolutionizing the way we live, way do things, even we think. I think this is an exciting for any industry and more so for automotive manufacturing, where organizations are constantly looking for ways to improve efficiency and effectiveness. So, if one thing if I have to talk about, certainly with regard to Industry 4.0. So, how do we stay relevant? How do we reduce our cost with all these changes which happening? I think the manufacturing sector is gradually moving towards transforming from a traditional shop floors into smart factories. The benefits are apparent. However, the transformation effort, yeah, intensive could be capital intensive, certainly, and also there's no one size fits all. It varies from company to company. So, keeping this in mind, certainly on the manufacturing side, we have done a huge investment on the Industry 4.0, and we started this journey 4.5 years back. And that has really helped us to keep our costs much under control despite having lesser utilizations and also operating with a lean strength even during the COVID times. I think we need to understand the benefits which outplay the initial burden of heavy investments. I think the ultimate goal of this profiting production processes to achieve higher efficiency, complete transparency, traceability, accountability, and sustainability with more and more of electronics coming into manufacturing. Yeah, I think we are moving from hard work to smart work. So that's one certainly on the manufacturing side. We have invested a lot, keeping all this in mind and the future of the vehicle mobility. And if you ask me, my personal paradoxes as a leader, I think I'm grappling with 7 conflicts, if I have to say. One is struggling to address new challenges. I have to accept that. Yeah. Number 2, starting to get being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Third one, strengthening the organization by exposing the weaknesses. Then keeping control by owning less and also celebrating failure as a fast learning. So these are some of the things which I'm slowly trying to adapt to face the future.
Right. Very interesting. Mr. Sondi, I'll give you the final word. Any thoughts that you would like to leave us with as to how you see the auto industry moving from here over the next 5 to 10 years? I think Mr. Saraswat yesterday gave a roadmap on how much electric vehicle penetration, fuel cell penetration, hybrid penetration we can achieve. But really, where do you see the auto industry going in terms of green mobility, in terms of electric vehicles, ICs? What would be your roadmap finally, your final words?
No, I think, Parikshit, and thank you for this asking me. Our first slide yesterday in the SIAM conference is, if you have to be in the top 5 in the world in terms of GDP, your auto industry has to also be a major player and is amongst the top contributor to the economy in each one of those countries. So it is extremely important that government and industry work together to ensure that the health of the auto industry and the competitiveness, which is largely dependent on the industry itself, but to remove any roadblocks, to make sure that over the next 10 years, this industry prospers, which means technology, employment, skill, and scale. And finally, it has to be made in India, but made for the world. I know it sounds cliche, made for the world, but we've got to be able to create in India. We must be able to design through to be able to set up clusters in different parts of the world of assembly plants, each one of us, to be able to cater to the entire world in terms of where the auto industry is. Now, within that, there'll be tectonic shifts, there will be changes in fuel, there'll be changes in policy, but we've got an extremely skillful, vibrant, and you look at ACMA, it's absolutely world-class. And we must retain that world-class sense within us. So I see this as a great industry for the future. I see it a great industry for employment, and we'd encourage young people with skills. It's a technological industry. It's no longer the industry that people saw it as brick and mortar. It's a techno-info manufacturing. I mean, it's got everything. So I would encourage young people to come and join this industry, whether as OEMs or as part of component manufacturers, and set this up as a future base for growth for India to be a global powerhouse in the automobile sector.
All right, we've completely run out of time, but I'd like to thank all our panelists today for joining us. Mr. Taneja, Mr. Doreswamy, Mr. Kakkar, Mr. Sikka, and Mr. Vipin Sondhi. Lots to think about, and of course, it gives a lot of clarity on how the industry is dealing with the challenges, including semiconductor shortages on a daily basis, how the entire paradigm towards manufacturing is going to change, and also how to remain agile and flexible with at a time when there are so many disruptions in technology taking place. Thanks once again, and I'm going to hand it over back to Mr. Deepak Jain and Mr. Vinny Mehta. Thank you so much.
Parikshit, thank you very much, and thank you to all our eminent panelists. You kept us enthralled for almost an hour and 15 minutes and more, if I'm not mistaken, and you covered a diverse range of subjects. Amazing. You talked about semiconductor challenges, you talk about EV and the EV supply chain issues, alternative fuels, supply chain for raw materials, localization issues, on technology imperatives, on competitiveness of the industry, export worthiness of the industry. And of course, I loved some of the phrases, being comfortable with the uncomfortable, celebrating failure, and last but not the least, made in India, made for the world. And what took me on a new high was clusters of Indian industry in different parts of the world. So thank you, gentlemen, for such a wonderful session. Thank you for your time. And as I've always said, this is the most sought after session in the ACMA annual session. So thank you for, in some sense, walking the talk. My most sincere gratitude to all of you. And I think, Deepak, you would also want to thank them.
Well, I can only thank on behest of our community, sir. I think I see 5 eminent panelists, intelligentsia of our community on the screen. And I think that's truly the collaboration and this thing. So thank you very much for your time. And Parikshit, I think you did a great job in moderating and actually engaging us. I think 90 minutes how it went, we couldn't feel it. So thank you once again for all your insights, and may basically God bless us all, and may we flourish in our rightful place. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will now take a
so
short
much.
break of 10 minutes. And I look forward to welcoming you to the next session. This is going to be an exclusive session with our Secretary for Department of Heavy Industry, Shri Arun Goyal. So quickly go grab a sandwich. I know instead of the ACMA session is so heavy and there's so much food for thought, I don't think so we're thinking about lunch, but go grab a sandwich and be back with us in 10 minutes. 2:45, I'll be there to welcome you again. Thank you so much.
This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world or build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday.
That's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
अब जरूरत है कि देश में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बने जो मेड इन इंडिया हो, मेड फॉर द वर्ल्ड हो।
Superos has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. We are partners of possibility and missionaries of performance in pursuit of perfection. Superos, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to this very special session with our Secretary, Shri Arun Goyal, our Secretary from the Department Ministry of Heavy Industries. Sir, a very hearty welcome to you, and we are very honored with your presence today. I must mention to you that, we had probably one of the best sessions this time around in terms of logins. We've crossed 4,000 people who listen to us, and they're waiting to listen to you now. Without much ado, I request our President to formally welcome you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome a very distinguished Secretary of Heavy Industries, Shri Arun Goyal ji. Sir, I had the privilege of hosting you when you inaugurated the Auto Expo in Feb 2020 in the physical world. Since then, due to the pandemic, we are in a digital era. But compliments to you that as a secretary, you have been tirelessly striving for a cause and encouraging us to localize, move up the value chain, and transition to the electric mobility. Congratulations are due to you and your team for the recent announcement of the PLI on advanced chemistry cell battery storage and the changes in the FAME2 scheme, which are indeed enabling steps towards creating a sustainable and vibrant ecosystem for electric mobility in India. We now eagerly await the PLI for auto and auto components to make our industry globally competitive, enhance our exports, and also deeply localized. Sir, may I now invite you for your kind address, please.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you very much, Deepak ji and Vinny ji, for giving me an opportunity on behalf of ACMA to be with you this afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be with the auto community because I hold auto as one of the biggest success stories of our country, and we are really proud of you. But when we are proud of somebody, we also have high expectations. So like you have from us, we have from you, but both you and we are one. We are India. So I don't think any other industry in our country has seen as much growth from say 1985, when we were at 1.44 lakhs. Today, we are about 35 lakhs. So this is a growth which is phenomenal and hasn't been seen by any other sector. Today, as all of you know, we are #1 in the world in 2- and 3-wheelers, tractors, and #5 in passenger and commercial vehicles. It's a matter of pride when we look at the auto component industry size, which from financial year 16 at $38.6 billion has grown to $56.9 billion in financial year 19, which is a compounded annual growth rate of 8.3%. You are employing 51.8 lakh people directly, besides the associated workforce of more than 1 crore. So this is a sector which is a robust sector, which is vital for India's economy. Without growth in auto, no country's economy can grow. This is what we have seen over the last 100 years of the greatest economies of the world. But let's look at a bit other side also. Now, in 80s, we saw Suzuki coming to India. So in terms of Japanese company going out, it was pretty early, we should say. It's more than 3.5 decades. Today, of the $37 billion imports into Japan auto, India is at 0.4. So we are merely exporting less than $500 million to Japan, whereas China is exporting to Japan 12.8 billion. And I don't think the Japanese went to China before us. Probably it must have been the same time or almost the same time. But if you look at the bigger economies, say US, which has imports of 197 billion, Mexico neighboring obviously has 60 billion, but China there is 33 billion, and India 3.7. Let's look at the figure of China. Thailand is exporting 1.9 billion into China. Mexico is exporting 1.8 billion worth to China, but we are at 0.4. Germany, the East European countries like Slovakia are at 5.2 billion exports to Germany of their total kitty of 128 billion, and we are at 1.1 billion. So these figures tell us both that we are very low in terms of value, which we are, because when we say number one in the ranking of the units, but when we look at the value terms, Indian auto industry is at number 11 in the world. But it also shows that there's a tremendous scope. Not that you have not been doing good. In terms of export, from 2011 auto components were at $6.7 billion, they have grown to 15 billion. So which is a very good rate of growth today. OEMs and components export something like $27 billion. But this is less than 2% of the global automotive trade. We need to look at what path we should be taking for ensuring a geometric growth in our production and subsequent exports. Now, if we look at in value terms, the advanced automotive technologies in the Indian auto sector comprise just 3%. Globally, they comprise 18%. And they are expected to go up to 30% by 2030. So this is the area which we haven't touched much. In terms of India, we know in auto components, our exports are into the engine thing, the transmission, powertrain, auto electrics, and auto electronics. But in these sectors, we are not growing at the desired pace, and we do not grow, we'll miss the bus. So we have, as you know, insufficient penetration of advanced automotive technologies in the Indian auto manufacturing ecosystem. We lack economies of scale. We lack reliable supplier bases. So we need big investment to create the desired ecosystem to encash this gap. But parallelly, if we see the ICE era is facing the biggest disruption, which it did not in the last 100 years. The shifting to alternate and greener energy sources. Many of the European MNCs have already announced by 2026 they'll be shifting entirely. So if we do not have such ecosystem, which we do not have as on today, what is going to happen? Our import into the Indian auto is going to increase. Now we know in the ICE sector, we are almost 90% indigenized. But if we look at the EVs, it's not even 50%. If the growth happens the way it is likely to happen, and our industry does not shift into the new generation technologies, these greener things like battery electric and fuel cell vehicles, or the advanced automotives which are going to be used more and more in terms of connected vehicles or the features, we shall be left behind. Now, this requires a lot of focus of our auto industry on engineering and product development. We have cost disabilities in sectors. Vis-a-vis, if we see the competitors in Southeast Asia or Eastern Europe, we have had detailed interactions with you. We have got data from you. As you know, the PLI, which you said on the auto, all these factors are under consideration. We are seeing ways and means how the supply chains, which are virtually non-existent in our countries, be those in terms of advanced automotive technologies or of the greener energy like electric or fuel cell vehicles, how we can incentivize the Indian industry, how we can match the cost disabilities which you face, so that those supply chains can be created fairly fast and our dependence on imports, even with the change in technologies, does not go up. But you have to bring in new investments. This cannot happen with the existing idle capacities. You know it because the supply chains do not exist in our country. So we need new attitude amongst you, new approach amongst you, because as I said, this is the biggest disruption in the 100 years of auto industry. What Indian auto industry has seen since mid-80s, that era is over. So you have to reposition yourself. It cannot be the business as usual. There are more challenges, but you are capable to meet those because we have all the requisites for having engineering and product development. In this regard, I talked to you earlier also, some of you were there, that Ministry of Heavy Industries has created 6 tech platforms in association with IIT Madras, CMTI, VHEL, HMT, ARI and ICAT. There are more than 50,000 users on those platforms. These platforms bring together all the users, be it the student, the academician/researcher, the engineer working in auto industry or related industries, and the entrepreneurs. So some of you have hosted grand challenges on these platforms. We expect more and more of you to come and host your problems so that the resource which we have available in terms of human resource, that is available along with the physical resources which we have across country. They are also hooked onto these platforms so that the problems posed are solved. Now we are going to go a step further. So selected academic institutes or industrial bodies will be acting as accelerators for development of such technologies. The accelerators will identify domains and select companies into a cohort based on the present basket of imports, maybe by value, volume, or criticality. They will facilitate development of indigenous technologies from the concept stage through development, trial, and testing of prototypes up to commercialization of the same. We are proposing 10 such accelerators in the first phase who will lead innovative concept of enhancing and manufacturing capabilities of local industries. Each accelerator will work with the established centers of excellence, common engineering facilities centers, and tech platforms, which I talked about. The COEs and CEFCs will provide capital infrastructure for the accelerator to be used on a need basis for prototyping, testing, and validation. The tech portals will be used to connect to potential resource and vendor base for the supply chain for the product being developed. Each accelerator will run 2 cohorts for the 5-year period. Each cohort will consist of 8 to 10 companies and will run for a cycle of 2.5 years. We expect at least 200 new indigenous products to be commercialized during this period of 5 years of the scheme. So I invite all of you to come forward, host the problems on these platforms, and be a part of cohorts so that the engineering and product development, which we have not been able to do on the desired scale, we are able to do so that in the change scenario which we are going to face on the global scene, Indian auto becomes better equipped to face that, and rather we can increase our share in the global exports from 2 to 4% in the next 5 to 6 years. With this hope, I wish all the members of ECMA all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that very profound address and urging the industry to export more. In fact, we have set a target for ourselves to double our exports from $15 billion to $30 billion in next 5 years. That apart, you urge the industry to focus on advanced technologies and also focusing on green technologies. Sir, and you also mentioned about the accelerators for technology development. Sir, I wish to make a submission to you that ACMA has its own Center for Excellence, and I would like to collaborate with the ministry and offer ourselves among the accelerators. I would like to work with your team to see how we can work towards fructifying this and making sure that the component industry makes ample contribution to development of indigenous technology. So thank you once again for gracing us today, and I much appreciate your support and guidance. So thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of a very, very exciting day. I hope you all had a great session. You've taken home a lot of learnings, and I'm sure you want to reflect on them. You can connect with us should you ever need any help on the PwC study or the other knowledge reports, should you wish to download them or have not been able to. And with those words, I now invite our President, Mr. Deepak Jain, for his final words. Deepak, words of closure.
Thank you, Vinny. As I conclude the 61st ACMA annual session, I want to once again express my deep gratitude to all our stakeholders. I'm truly humbled that ACMA has given me an opportunity to serve the industry in one of the most volatile and disruptive times during the past 2 years. I personally have witnessed that through collaboration, we became more resilient. I am confident that our auto components sector will continue to have a single-handed focus on enhancing our competitiveness by engaging and aligning more closely with our customers, and have faith in our government and policy makers so that we can take a rightful place in the global value chain. Thank you once again for joining us today. Namaste and Jai Hind.
Thank you and Jai Hind.
This world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened.
We haven't built a society where we can all move from place to place with no risks.
We haven't found a way to manufacture with zero CO2 emissions.
We haven't found a way to feed the entire world or build a robot that can work on the same level as a human.
When things we haven't achieved turn into things we have, these are the moments the world takes a step forward.
When the things we've achieved become the everyday,
that's where a better world awaits us.
Our goal is to work with our partners so we can make new things happen together. Because our world is full of achievements that haven't yet happened, and that's why we're here. Here at DINSO, we are professionals who make things happen.
अब जरूरत है कि देश में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बने जो मेड इन इंडिया हो, मेड फॉर द वर्ल्ड हो।
Subrose has been at the forefront of success when it comes to flanking heat relentlessly, changing climate for good, comforting millions on the go, and realizing the dream of a cool India. However, the dream was not achieved in a day. It took efforts and planning, day in, day out, to live up to expectations every time. Delivering speed, quality, and cost, with values that sustain and create India's #1 automotive air conditioning company. We are partners of possibility and missionaries of performance. In pursuit of perfection. Subrose, India's #1 automotive air conditioning company.